What if everything we know about ancient history is wrong? What if the most famous structures from our distant past, the ones that have fascinated humankind for centuries, were not created by primitive societies using basic tools, but by an ancient, possibly lost, civilization with knowledge far beyond what we could ever imagine? This is the unsettling thought that lingers in the air whenever we contemplate some of the world's most iconic, mysterious monuments. Among them, the Great Pyramids of Giza stand as one of the most baffling of all. These colossal structures have sparked debate for centuries, with experts offering multiple theories about their origins, construction, and purpose. But despite modern science's advancements, no one has been able to provide a definitive explanation for how they were built or why. The Great Pyramid of Giza, with its perfectly aligned sides and nearly flawless symmetry, was constructed around 4,500 years ago, yet its precision still astounds modern engineers. In fact, the sheer scale and complexity of the pyramid's construction is so remarkable that even today, with all our technological advancements, we would struggle to replicate such an achievement. How did the ancient Egyptians manage to move, lift, and position 5-ton stones with such accuracy? And how did they do it without the use of advanced machinery, cranes, or even basic tools that we rely on today? One theory proposes that the Egyptians employed a series of ramps to move the massive blocks, but this doesn't explain how they were able to position these stones so precisely, especially given that some of them were lifted hundreds of feet into the air. Others suggest the use of levers, pulleys, and other simple machines, but again, this leaves us with the nagging question of how they could have achieved such intricate precision without modern knowledge. Even the most skilled architects and engineers from the modern era have been left scratching their heads, unable to explain the technical feat that went into building these ancient wonders. While the question of how these pyramids were built remains open, what's even more puzzling is why they were built in the first place. Egyptologists have long held that the pyramids served as tombs for the pharaohs, a monumental resting place for the rulers of ancient Egypt. However, recent discoveries have challenged this theory. Evidence shows that the pyramids, especially the Great Pyramid, contain no actual tombs, mummies, or burial goods, things you would expect to find in a royal tomb. So why were they constructed in such an elaborate, painstaking manner if they weren't meant to house the remains of pharaohs? Some have speculated that the pyramids were not just tombs but were intended as cosmic markers, their alignment with the stars pointing to a connection between Earth and the heavens. The Great Pyramid, for instance, is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, and its dimensions correspond to certain astronomical ratios, such as the Earth's polar radius and the speed of light. Could the pyramid have been designed as a sort of ancient observatory or even a celestial map? And if so, why was this knowledge encoded into the very structure of the pyramid? Was it meant to serve as a guide for future generations, or was it a key to unlocking some deeper, cosmic truth that we've yet to understand? This raises another question. If the pyramids were not built by the Egyptians as we know them, then who built them? Could there have been an advanced civilization before the Egyptians, one that possessed far greater knowledge and skills than we can fathom? Some alternative theories point to a lost civilization that existed long before recorded history. These theories are based on the assumption that the ancient Egyptians were not the first to build these monuments, but rather inherited the knowledge from an earlier, more advanced society that may have been wiped out by some cataclysmic event. The idea of a forgotten civilization is supported by ancient texts and myths that mention advanced civilizations predating even the Sumerians. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence that supports this theory comes from the Sphinx, another enigma that lies near the Great Pyramids. The Sphinx, with its lion's body and human head, is thought to have been built during the reign of the pharaoh Khafre, around 2500 BCE. However, geological evidence suggests that the erosion on the Sphinx's body is much older than that, possibly dating back to 10,000 BCE or even earlier. How could this be? If the Sphinx predates the Egyptian civilization by thousands of years, then who built it? And more importantly, what knowledge did they possess that was so advanced that it has been lost to time? Theories about lost civilizations are not limited to Egypt. Around the world, there are countless ancient structures that defy conventional explanations, from the stone circles of Britain to the megalithic ruins of Peru. In places like Machu Picchu, Sacsayhuaman, and Baalbek, we find enormous stone structures that seem impossible to have been constructed with the tools and methods that we believe were available at the time. Like the Great Pyramids, these ancient monuments show signs of advanced engineering, yet we have no concrete explanation for how they were built. Take Baalbek, for instance. The site in Lebanon is home to some of the largest stones ever quarried, including one block that weighs an astounding 1,000 tons. These massive stones were transported from quarries several kilometers away and precisely fitted together to form the foundation of the Temple of Jupiter. Yet, modern engineering and construction techniques would still struggle to move and place such colossal stones with the same level of precision. How did the ancients accomplish this feat? Was it merely a matter of manpower and brute strength, or did they possess technology that we have since lost? Machu Picchu presents another conundrum. The ancient Inca city, perched high in the Peruvian Andes, is a marvel of engineering, with terraces and stone walls that have withstood centuries of earthquakes and extreme weather. Yet, much of the knowledge required to build such a city remains a mystery. How did the Incas construct these structures without the wheel or metal tools? How did they carve stones with such precision that not even a knife blade can fit between them? And why, after all these years, is Machu Picchu still standing strong when modern buildings would have crumbled under similar conditions? The answer to these questions may lie in the possibility that the ancients had access to knowledge or tools that have since been lost to history. Could they have known how to harness the power of the earth in ways we don't understand today? Some have suggested that the stones used in these ancient structures might have been vibrated into place using sound frequencies or other forms of energy that modern science has yet to fully comprehend. These ideas, though speculative, offer an intriguing glimpse into what ancient civilizations might have known, and what modern science still has to discover. As we stand on the shoulders of giants, ancient civilizations that once ruled the earth with knowledge far beyond our own, it becomes clear that the mysteries of these structures are not just about construction techniques. They are about understanding the depth of human history and the lost knowledge that once allowed civilizations to achieve feats that we can only dream of. It is as though the ancients were in possession of a hidden wisdom that has been passed down through the ages, encoded in their monuments, their myths, and their mysterious artifacts. While modern archaeology and science continue to offer explanations for these mysteries, there remains an undeniable sense that we are missing something crucial, something that could alter our understanding of human history. Could it be that the secrets of these ancient structures are not meant to be understood in a straightforward, scientific manner, but are part of a greater cosmic puzzle, one that humanity is only just beginning to unlock? As we ponder these questions, we realize that the true mystery of these ancient structures is not just about their construction. It is about what they represent, a connection to something far greater than ourselves. Perhaps, in the pursuit of these mysteries, we are not just uncovering the secrets of the past, we are also discovering something about our own future. Could it be that the answers lie not in the past, but in what is yet to come? There are few places on Earth that hold as much mystery and intrigue as the Great Pyramids of Giza. For centuries, these monumental structures have captivated scholars, explorers, and laypeople alike. They stand as towering symbols of ancient Egypt's engineering prowess and cultural grandeur, but also as symbols of a deeper, more perplexing mystery. How were they built? And why were they built in the first place? The Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest of the 3 pyramids on the Giza Plateau, remains one of the most impressive and enigmatic achievements in human history. Standing at 481 feet tall, with a base that spans 756 feet on each side, it was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Even today, with all our modern technology, the pyramid's sheer scale and precision still baffle engineers and architects. What makes the construction of the Great Pyramid so perplexing is not just its size, but the almost impossible precision with which it was built. The ancient Egyptians managed to construct the pyramid with an alignment so accurate that the 4 corners are oriented within a fraction of a degree of true north, a feat that would be impressive even with modern surveying equipment. The pyramid's four sides are also nearly perfectly level, with an error margin of just a few millimeters over its vast expanse. For a civilization without the tools or technology we take for granted today, how could they achieve such perfection? One of the prevailing theories for the pyramid's construction suggests that a series of massive ramps were used to transport the heavy stone blocks, which weigh between 2.5 to 15 tons each, up the sides of the pyramid as construction progressed. The exact nature of these ramps, however, remains uncertain. Some believe that a straight or zigzagging ramp was built against the side of the pyramid, while others argue that a spiral ramp was constructed inside the pyramid itself. However, no conclusive evidence has ever been found to support any one theory, and the idea of moving such massive stones without the use of cranes, pulleys, or modern machinery still seems unfathomable. Adding to the mystery is the fact that the pyramid was constructed without mortar, yet its massive blocks fit together so seamlessly that even a razor blade cannot fit between them. The stones, some of which were quarried hundreds of miles away, appear to have been cut with a precision that modern technology can't replicate. Could the ancient Egyptians have used advanced tools or methods that have since been lost to history? Or were they simply capable of feats that defy modern understanding? Some theories suggest that the blocks might have been shaped using tools made from copper or other materials, but copper tools would have been far too soft to cut through the hard limestone and granite used in the pyramid's construction. The question then becomes, what kind of tools did the Egyptians have at their disposal to achieve such precision? This question leads us to another mystery surrounding the Great Pyramid, its purpose. Most Egyptologists and historians agree that the pyramids were built as tombs for the pharaohs, with the idea being that the pyramids served as a monumental resting place to honor the pharaohs in their afterlife. However, the evidence doesn't entirely support this theory. No mummies or burial goods have ever been found in the Great Pyramid, and the burial chamber within the pyramid was found empty. The other pyramids on the Giza Plateau, including the smaller pyramids of Khafre and Menkaure, also contain no significant burial goods or inscriptions that explain their purpose. If the pyramids were not tombs, then what were they meant to be? Some theorists suggest that the pyramids were intended as spiritual or religious structures, aligned with the stars and designed to serve as a bridge between Earth and the heavens. The Great Pyramid, for instance, is aligned with the stars in the Orion constellation, which was associated with Osiris, the Egyptian god of the afterlife. Other pyramids, such as the Pyramid of Khufu, are aligned with other celestial bodies, suggesting that the ancient Egyptians were not only masters of engineering but also had a deep understanding of astronomy and the cosmos. This alignment of the pyramids with the stars, along with the idea of the pharaoh's soul ascending to the afterlife, leads some researchers to speculate that the pyramids were part of a much larger cosmic design, one that involved the entire landscape of Giza and its surrounding monuments. There are also those who argue that the pyramids may have been created to serve a more practical purpose, such as an astronomical observatory, a calendar, or a place of initiation for high priests. These theories are supported by the precision of the pyramid's measurements and the way they correspond to celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes. Some even speculate that the pyramids could have been part of a larger system of energy generation or some kind of hidden technology, though such theories remain speculative and controversial. Perhaps one of the most perplexing aspects of the Great Pyramid is the lack of clear documentation about its construction. Unlike many other ancient civilizations, the Egyptians left behind little in the way of written records that could explain how the pyramids were built. The earliest known mention of the Great Pyramid comes from Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, who wrote about the pyramids over 1,000 years after they were constructed. His account, however, is largely based on hearsay and legend rather than factual evidence, and many of the details he provided have been shown to be inaccurate. Another puzzle is the sheer size of the workforce that must have been involved in the pyramid's construction. Estimates suggest that tens of thousands of workers would have been required to quarry, transport, and place the massive stones that make up the pyramid. This raises the question of how the ancient Egyptians were able to organize such a large workforce and provide them with the necessary food, tools, and shelter. Some historians argue that the pyramid was built by slaves, but this theory has been largely debunked by recent evidence suggesting that the workers who built the pyramids were actually skilled laborers who were well-fed and housed in nearby workers' villages. Despite the many theories and hypotheses surrounding the construction of the Great Pyramid, there is still no definitive answer to the question of how it was built. The pyramid's origins remain shrouded in mystery, and as we look at its massive stones and perfect geometry, we are left to wonder, what did the ancient Egyptians know that we have forgotten? Were they merely a product of their time, or were they the inheritors of a much older, lost civilization, one that possessed knowledge and technology far beyond what we can even imagine? The mysteries of the Great Pyramid are not confined to its construction alone. There are also the mysteries of its symbolism and its place within the greater landscape of Giza. Why, for example, were the pyramids placed so deliberately and precisely in relation to the nearby Sphinx, and why were they aligned with specific celestial bodies? Some researchers believe that the pyramids were not just structures but were designed as part of a larger plan, a cosmic map that held hidden knowledge about the nature of the universe and mankind's place within it. Could it be that the Great Pyramid was intended to serve as a beacon, a symbol of ancient wisdom, and a reminder of a time when humanity possessed knowledge that is now lost to us? The search for answers to these questions continues, as archaeologists and historians delve deeper into the mystery of the pyramids. But the more we learn, the more we realize how much we still don't know. The Great Pyramid remains, in many ways, a riddle wrapped in stone, its secrets waiting to be uncovered by future generations. Until that day comes, we can only look up at its towering form and wonder, what was the true purpose of this ancient wonder? And what does it reveal about the lost knowledge of our distant past? When we think of ancient architecture, one of the first things that comes to mind is the remarkable precision with which ancient civilizations constructed their monuments. The pyramids of Egypt, the temples of Greece, the stone circles of Britain, these structures are not just feats of design, but of engineering brilliance. Yet, there is something that sets them apart from anything modern architects have achieved, the level of precision embedded in their construction. What makes these ancient wonders even more remarkable is that many were built long before modern tools, machines, and technologies existed. And despite the advances in technology over the past few centuries, modern engineers and architects are still astounded by the precision and complexity of these ancient works. Take, for example, the Great Pyramid of Giza. As we've already explored, this structure is not only enormous, but also geometrically perfect. The sides of the pyramid align almost perfectly with the cardinal points, with a deviation of only a fraction of a degree. This precise alignment was no easy task, considering the tools available to the ancient Egyptians. The technology they used to achieve such accuracy is still the subject of much speculation, and experts have yet to determine exactly how they managed to create such a marvel. To understand the magnitude of this achievement, one must first grasp the scale of the pyramid. The base of the Great Pyramid covers an area of approximately 13 acres, an expanse that would be difficult enough to measure with even the most advanced technology today, let alone with the simple tools of ancient Egypt. Yet, the Egyptians somehow managed to lay out this enormous structure with a degree of accuracy that, even today, modern surveyors would struggle to replicate. The precision goes beyond mere alignment, though. The blocks of the pyramid, some of which weigh as much as 80 tons, fit together so tightly that not even a blade of a knife can slip between them. This level of craftsmanship would be impressive in any era, but in the context of ancient Egypt, it is nothing short of miraculous. The stones were cut with such exactness that the seams between them are virtually invisible, and it is difficult to see how even the most skilled stonecutters, working with copper tools, could have achieved such perfection. This leads us to another key element of the mystery, the stone-cutting techniques used by the ancient Egyptians. The materials used to build the pyramid were not soft or easily shaped, they were tough, durable limestone, and in some cases, granite, a stone so hard that it is almost impossible to work with using simple tools. Yet, somehow, the Egyptians were able to shape and cut these materials with incredible precision. While some believe that copper chisels were used, Others propose the use of abrasives, such as sand or crushed stone, which would have been ground against the stone to wear it down slowly. But no matter the technique, the accuracy with which these blocks were cut is still a mystery that has yet to be fully explained. One of the most baffling aspects of ancient precision engineering is the question of how the ancient Egyptians moved the massive blocks that make up the pyramid. We know that the stones were quarried in locations far from the pyramid site. Some were cut from quarries hundreds of miles away. The ancient Egyptians did not have cranes or pulleys, nor did they have the technology to move such massive objects efficiently. Yet, somehow, they managed to transport these stones with incredible precision, placing them in position with such exacting standards that modern engineers are still struggling to replicate the process. Some suggest that the stones were hauled using large wooden sleds, with workers dragging them across the desert sands. However, this method raises questions about how such heavy stones could be moved across rough terrain without the use of wheels, which were not introduced in Egypt until much later. Others propose that the Egyptians used a system of ramps to move the stones, but the design of these ramps remains a mystery. Were they straight ramps, spiraling ramps, or a combination of both? No one knows for sure. What we do know is that the ancient Egyptians were able to move, lift, and position these massive stones with remarkable efficiency, even without the aid of modern machinery. The alignment of the Great Pyramid with the stars is another piece of the puzzle that demonstrates the ancient Egyptians' precision. The pyramid is aligned with such accuracy that its sides are oriented to the cardinal points of the compass, north, south, east, and west, to within a fraction of a degree. This alignment was not arbitrary, it was deliberate. The ancient Egyptians had a deep understanding of astronomy, and they used this knowledge to ensure that their structures were in harmony with the cosmos. This precision is not confined to the Great Pyramid alone. Across the ancient world, we see similar examples of precise architectural alignment. In ancient Greece, the Parthenon was constructed with an eye for symmetry and alignment, with the columns carefully spaced and the entire structure oriented to match the surrounding landscape. In India, the ancient temples of the Vedic period were built with similar attention to cosmic alignment, reflecting the deep spiritual and astronomical knowledge of the ancient Indian civilization. But what was the purpose of this precision? Was it merely for aesthetic reasons, or did the ancient builders believe that the structures they created needed to align with the cosmos in order to tap into some greater power or energy? Some theories suggest that these buildings were not just physical structures, but were also meant to serve as channels for cosmic energy, harnessing the forces of the stars, planets, and the Earth itself. The precise alignment of these structures, then, may have been a way of ensuring that they were attuned to the natural forces that governed the universe. One of the most fascinating aspects of ancient precision engineering is the idea that the knowledge required to create such structures may have been passed down through generations of builders, perhaps through secret schools of thought or hidden knowledge. The ancient Egyptians, for example, were known to have a deep understanding of geometry, and their mastery of mathematics was key to their ability to create such precise structures. But where did this knowledge come from? Some suggest that it was passed down from an earlier, more advanced civilization, while others argue that the knowledge was discovered through trial and error, refined over centuries of construction and experimentation. As we look at these ancient structures today, we are left with a sense of awe and wonder. The precision with which they were built, the alignment with the stars, the tight-fitting stones, the flawless geometry, suggests that the builders possessed knowledge and skills far beyond what we might expect from ancient civilizations. It raises the question of how much we still have to learn about the lost knowledge of the past. What secrets are hidden within the stones and the structures themselves, waiting to be uncovered? Could it be that the precision of ancient architecture was not just a matter of engineering, but was deeply connected to the spiritual and cosmic understanding of the builders? The legacy of ancient precision engineering is not just a mystery to be solved, but a challenge to our modern understanding of human history. In an age where we pride ourselves on our technological advancements, the precision of ancient structures forces us to reconsider our assumptions about what was possible in the past. It reminds us that there may have been civilizations long before ours that possessed knowledge and capabilities that we have yet to fully comprehend. In the end, the mystery of ancient precision engineering is not just about understanding how these structures were built, it is about understanding the mindset and worldview of the civilizations that created them. The ancient Egyptians, the Greeks, the Maya, the Inca, all of these civilizations created remarkable structures that continue to captivate us with their complexity and precision. As we delve deeper into the mystery of their construction, we are reminded that there is much more to history than meets the eye, and that the past may hold answers to questions we haven't even thought to ask yet. High in the Andes Mountains, amid the breathtaking landscape of Peru, lies one of the most enigmatic and awe-inspiring archaeological sites on Earth, Machu Picchu. Often referred to as the lost city of the Incas, this ancient wonder has captured the imagination of explorers, archaeologists, and historians for centuries. Nestled at an altitude of over 7,900 feet, Machu Picchu is a place that seems to exist in a world apart, its isolated location and stunningly advanced construction raising questions about the knowledge and capabilities of the civilization that created it. Yet, despite its fame and the wealth of research conducted on the site, the true purpose and meaning of Machu Picchu remain shrouded in mystery, leaving us with more questions than answers. When Hiram Bingham, an American explorer, rediscovered the ruins of Machu Picchu in 1911, the world was stunned by the grandeur and sophistication of the site. While the Inca Empire is known to have been one of the most advanced civilizations in pre-Columbian America, Machu Picchu appeared to possess a level of engineering, architecture, and astronomical knowledge that seemed almost otherworldly. The site consists of a complex network of temples, plazas, terraces, and living quarters, all meticulously built with precisely cut stones, some of which fit together so perfectly that not even a blade of a knife can be inserted between them. The lack of mortar in the construction of these structures, combined with the perfect fitting of the stones, is a testament to the extraordinary skill and knowledge of the builders. But how was it all accomplished? How did the Incas manage to build such an intricate city at such an inaccessible height with the limited tools and resources available to them? One of the most perplexing features of Machu Picchu is its construction methods. The site is primarily built from large, precisely cut stones, many of which weigh several tons. The stones are not just roughly stacked but fit together with such precision that the joints between them are almost invisible. This technique, known as ashlar masonry, is a hallmark of Inca architecture, but it raises questions about how the Incas were able to achieve such precision without the use of advanced tools like saws or chisels made of metal. The most widely accepted theory is that the Incas used bronze tools, but even these would have been too soft to cut the hard granite that makes up much of the site. Some researchers speculate that the Incas used a combination of techniques, including grinding, abrasion, and even the use of water to soften and shape the stones, but no definitive answer has yet been found. Another intriguing aspect of Machu Picchu is its alignment with the stars and the solar calendar. The Inca civilization was known for its advanced understanding of astronomy, and it is widely believed that Machu Picchu was built with this knowledge in mind. Many of the structures at the site are aligned with celestial events, such as the solstices and the equinoxes. The Intihuatana stone, a ritual stone pillar located in the center of the site, is believed to have been used as an astronomical instrument. It is thought to have helped the Incas track the movement of the sun and its position in the sky throughout the year. On the winter solstice, for example, the shadow cast by the Intihuatana stone would have aligned perfectly with the surrounding landscape, providing the Incas with a precise marker for the changing of the seasons. The role of Machu Picchu as an astronomical observatory is further supported by its location. The site is situated on a mountain ridge with a commanding view of the surrounding valleys, providing an ideal vantage point for observing the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. The Incas were deeply spiritual people, and their understanding of the cosmos was intricately tied to their religious beliefs. The alignment of Machu Picchu with celestial bodies was not just a matter of scientific observation but also had profound spiritual significance. The Incas believed that the movements of the heavens were a reflection of the divine, and they built their most important structures, including Machu Picchu, in accordance with these celestial patterns. However, despite its remarkable construction and alignment with the heavens, the true purpose of Machu Picchu remains elusive. Most archaeologists agree that the site was not a city in the traditional sense, as it does not appear to have been inhabited on a large scale. Instead, it is thought to have served as a ceremonial or religious center, perhaps a retreat for the Inca emperor or a place for important rituals. Some researchers suggest that Machu Picchu may have been a royal estate, used by the Emperor Pachacuti, the ruler who is believed to have ordered its construction. Others argue that the site may have been a place of pilgrimage, where the Inca people came to pay homage to their gods and to conduct ceremonies related to agriculture, fertility, and the sun. The mystery of Machu Picchu deepens when we consider its construction in relation to the Inca Empire as a whole. The Incas were known for their incredible engineering feats, including their sophisticated road systems, terraced agricultural fields, and the construction of cities and fortresses across their vast empire. Yet, Machu Picchu stands apart from other Inca sites. Unlike the capital city of Cusco, which was a bustling urban center, Machu Picchu appears to have been designed with a sense of isolation and seclusion in mind. It is perched on a steep mountain ridge, accessible only by foot or by a series of narrow, winding paths. Its remote location suggests that it was intentionally built away from the everyday concerns of the Inca Empire. But why? Why would the Incas build such an impressive site in such a remote and difficult-to-reach location? Some theorists believe that Machu Picchu was built as a sanctuary, a place where the emperor and his high priests could retreat to engage in spiritual practices without the distractions of the outside world. Others suggest that it may have been a place where the Incas sought to communicate with the gods, drawing power from the natural world around them. The question of why Machu Picchu was abandoned remains another puzzle. The site was rediscovered by Bingham in the early 20th century, but there are no clear records to indicate why the Incas abandoned it in the first place. Some believe that the site was abandoned after the fall of the Inca Empire, when the Spanish arrived in the 16th century. Others argue that Machu Picchu was simply abandoned as the Inca civilization declined, and that it was never fully integrated into the Inca Empire's network of cities and forts. What is clear, however, is that the abandonment of Machu Picchu was not the result of a natural disaster, as the site has been found largely intact. Its sudden abandonment raises further questions about the political, social, and religious upheavals that may have occurred within the Inca Empire at the time. As we stand at the foot of Machu Picchu today, we are left with a sense of awe and wonder. The site continues to captivate visitors with its grandeur and mystery, offering glimpses into the brilliance of the Inca civilization while leaving much of its history unexplained. Despite the advances in archaeology and technology, the true purpose and meaning of Machu Picchu remain a mystery that may never be fully unraveled. Was it a spiritual center, a royal retreat, or something else entirely? What knowledge did the Incas possess that allowed them to build such a site in such a remote and challenging location? The answers to these questions may never be known, but the beauty and mystery of Machu Picchu will continue to inspire curiosity, awe, and wonder for generations to come. Across the world, there are places where the fabric of history seems to stretch beyond the boundaries of known civilization, where the past refuses to yield its secrets and instead poses even more questions. One such place is the ancient city of Teotihuacan, located in the basin of Mexico, roughly 30 miles northeast of modern-day Mexico City. Teotihuacan was once one of the largest cities in the world, thriving between 100 BCE and 750 CE, at its peak housing an estimated population of around 100,000 people. Today, however, the identity of those who built this great metropolis remains a mystery. Its origins are shrouded in uncertainty, and the true purpose behind its awe-inspiring structures, most notably the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, continues to elude archaeologists and historians alike. Despite decades of excavation and study, Teotihuacan remains an enigma that defies conventional explanation, much like many other ancient civilizations whose knowledge and intentions are lost to time. Teotihuacan is one of the most significant archaeological sites in the Americas, and it holds a unique position in the story of human civilization. Unlike the more well-documented societies of Egypt, Greece, or Rome, Teotihuacan's history is largely based on speculation. The city itself is a marvel of urban planning, with its vast, grid-like layout, massive pyramids, and intricate religious imagery. Its central avenue, the Avenue of the Dead, stretches over 2 miles, lined with grand structures and monumental buildings, including the impressive Pyramid of the Sun, the third largest pyramid in the world by volume. Despite its impressive scale and sophisticated infrastructure, the city was not built by the Aztecs, as many might assume, but by an unknown people who left behind no written records. This has made it a focal point of intrigue for those who seek to understand the ancient cultures that flourished in the Americas long before the arrival of Europeans. The most striking feature of Teotihuacan, aside from its size, is its monumental pyramids, especially the Pyramid of the Sun. The pyramid is a true architectural wonder, rising to a height of over 200 feet and covering an area larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. But it is not just the size of the pyramid that is remarkable, it is the precise engineering involved in its construction. The structure is aligned with the cardinal directions, and its layout has been linked to astronomical events such as the solstices and equinoxes. This suggests that the builders of Teotihuacan possessed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and may have used the pyramid as a tool for tracking celestial movements. The very construction of the Pyramid of the Sun raises questions about the technologies and methods used to build it. How did the people of Teotihuacan transport and position such massive stones? Without the wheel or advanced lifting technologies, the answer is still unclear, and no definitive explanation has been found. Beyond the pyramids, the city's layout itself is a testament to its builders' advanced planning. Teotihuacan's grid system is well organized, with wide avenues, plazas, and residential compounds arranged in a way that suggests careful urban planning. The city's design has led many to believe that the people who lived there had a highly organized and hierarchical society. The central axis, known as the Avenue of the Dead, connects the major pyramids and other important structures, and its alignment is believed to correspond with the movement of the sun. The fact that the city was planned with such precision, using both astronomical and geographic knowledge, points to a level of sophistication far beyond what was previously thought possible for a Mesoamerican society at the time. Yet, despite its monumental achievements, much about Teotihuacan remains puzzling. One of the greatest mysteries is the lack of clear information about the civilization's origins and identity. Unlike the Aztecs, who left behind detailed records of their history, the builders of Teotihuacan left no written language or inscriptions that could offer insight into their culture or religious practices. What we know about the city and its people comes primarily from archaeology and later Mesoamerican sources, particularly the Aztecs, who referred to the city as Teotihuacan, meaning the place where the gods were created. The Aztecs, however, came to Teotihuacan centuries after it had been abandoned, and so their accounts, while informative, are based on legend and not first-hand knowledge. This lack of written records has led to many theories about who the people of Teotihuacan were. Some scholars believe that the city was home to a single, unified culture, while others argue that it was a multi-ethnic society composed of different groups. Some researchers have even suggested that the city's builders were not indigenous to the region but came from elsewhere, possibly from distant lands. Theories about their origins range from the idea that they were part of a broader network of Mesoamerican civilizations to the suggestion that they may have been influenced by contact with cultures outside the Americas, such as the ancient Egyptians or Mesopotamians. Though these theories remain speculative, the mystery surrounding Teotihuacan's origins only adds to the allure of the site. Another major mystery surrounding Teotihuacan is its eventual decline and abandonment. The city, which had flourished for centuries, suddenly began to decline around the 7th century CE, and by the end of the 8th century, it was largely abandoned. The reasons for this decline remain unclear, and several theories have been proposed. Some scholars believe that internal strife, such as political upheaval or social unrest, may have contributed to the city's downfall. Others suggest that environmental factors, such as droughts or resource depletion, could have played a role. The most intriguing theory, however, is that the city was destroyed by fire. Evidence of widespread burning has been found throughout Teotihuacan, particularly in the central area near the Pyramid of the Sun, leading some researchers to speculate that the city was deliberately set on fire during a period of violent unrest. If this theory is correct, it raises even more questions about the reasons behind the destruction of such a sophisticated and powerful city. Was it the result of an external invasion, or was it an internal conflict that led to the city's self-destruction? Despite the mysteries that surround Teotihuacan, its legacy remains one of the most significant in the history of ancient civilizations. The influence of the city can still be seen in the art, architecture, and religious practices of later Mesoamerican cultures, including the Maya and the Aztecs. The pyramids of Teotihuacan, with their precise alignments and architectural grandeur, continue to serve as a model for monumental construction in the Americas. Even today, visitors from around the world come to Teotihuacan to witness the splendor of the pyramids and to marvel at the achievements of a civilization that has left behind more questions than answers. In many ways, the mystery of Teotihuacan is a reflection of the mystery of the ancient world itself. The more we uncover about ancient civilizations, the more we realize how much we still don't know. Teotihuacan stands as a testament to the incredible achievements of an ancient people, whose history is as elusive as it is fascinating. The unanswered questions about the city, its people, and its purpose continue to draw researchers, archaeologists, and explorers to its ruins, each hoping to uncover a little more of the truth. As we continue to search for answers, Teotihuacan reminds us that history is not a static record of the past but a living, breathing mystery, full of untold stories waiting to be discovered. Nestled deep within the jungles of Central America, the ancient city of Tikal rises from the dense foliage like a forgotten titan, its towering pyramids piercing the sky. The city is one of the most impressive and iconic archaeological sites of the Maya civilization, but it is also shrouded in mystery, its full story still buried beneath the ruins. Tikal was once the heart of a thriving Maya city-state, known for its stunning architecture, sophisticated society, and advanced understanding of astronomy, but much of its history remains elusive. Like so many ancient cities, Tikal's rise and fall tell a story of great achievements and profound loss, with the answers to the city's true purpose and the reasons behind its eventual decline lying just out of reach. Tikal's construction began as early as 300 BCE, and by the time it reached its peak between the 6th and 9th centuries CE, it had grown into a sprawling metropolis with a population that may have exceeded 100,000 people. The city was strategically located in the dense Petun rainforest, surrounded by swamps, rivers, and other natural resources that would have supported its growth. It flourished as a political, cultural, and religious center, and its vast network of causeways, pyramids, palaces, and temples suggests a highly organized society with remarkable engineering capabilities. At the heart of Tikal stood the towering Temple of the Great Jaguar, a massive structure that reaches over 150 feet into the sky, and the Temple of the Masks, adorned with intricate carvings depicting gods and celestial beings. These pyramids, along with others scattered across the site, are a testament to the Maya's skill in architecture and their deep connection to the cosmos. What sets Tikal apart from other ancient cities is not just its grandeur but its astronomical alignment and connection to the heavens. Like many other Mesoamerican civilizations, the Maya had an incredibly sophisticated understanding of astronomy, and they used this knowledge to guide their daily lives, structure their society, and align their sacred buildings. The layout of Tikal itself seems to follow a specific celestial pattern. The Temple of the Great Jaguar, for example, aligns with the rising sun during the equinox, suggesting that the Maya may have built it with the purpose of tracking the sun's movements. Other structures at Tikal, such as the Temple of the Seven Makas, are similarly aligned with celestial events, further reinforcing the idea that astronomy played a key role in the city's design. Tikal's pyramids, many of which are arranged in groups or clusters, also show signs of careful planning. The buildings are not randomly placed but appear to follow a specific pattern that reflects the Maya's understanding of the universe. For instance, one of the most significant features of Tikal's layout is the alignment of its pyramids and temples with the cardinal directions. The Maya, like many other ancient civilizations, believed that the world was divided into sacred directions, each associated with a particular god or force. The city's central plaza, with its temples and palaces, is aligned with these directions, suggesting that the Maya viewed Tikal as a representation of the cosmos itself. The design of the city reflects the Maya belief that the physical world was a mirror of the spiritual realm, and that the city was a place where the two realms intersected. Despite the city's architectural and astronomical marvels, however, Tikal's true purpose remains elusive. While it is clear that the city was a major political and religious center, its exact role in Maya society is still a subject of debate. Was it the seat of a powerful ruler, a center for religious rituals, or something else entirely? The city's large ceremonial plazas, impressive temples, and the abundance of carved stelae, which depict rulers and important events, suggest that Tikal was a center of power and influence. However, the lack of written records or detailed accounts from the time leaves much of its political and religious life open to interpretation. What is known is that Tikal's rulers, like those of other Maya cities, were seen as intermediaries between the gods and the people, and their reigns were marked by elaborate ceremonies and rituals designed to maintain balance and harmony between the natural and supernatural worlds. Another mystery surrounding Tikal is the eventual decline of the city. By the end of the 9th century CE, Tikal, like many other Maya cities, had begun to experience a period of decline and abandonment. The reasons for this decline are still debated by scholars, but several theories have been proposed. One of the most widely accepted theories is that environmental factors, such as deforestation and soil erosion, contributed to the city's collapse. The Maya were known for their advanced agricultural practices, which included the cultivation of maize and other crops, but the demands of a growing population and the destruction of the surrounding rainforest may have led to soil degradation and reduced agricultural yields. This, in turn, could have led to food shortages and social unrest, ultimately contributing to the city's abandonment. Another theory suggests that political and social factors may have played a role in the decline of Tikal. The Maya civilization was made up of a network of city-states, each ruled by its own elite family or dynasty. These city-states were often in competition with one another, and the political instability caused by warfare, shifting alliances, and internal strife may have weakened Tikal's position as a dominant power. Evidence of violent conflict, including the discovery of burned and destroyed structures, supports the idea that Tikal may have been involved in warfare with neighboring cities. The collapse of Tikal may have been the result of a combination of factors, including environmental degradation, political instability, and external pressures from rival city-states. Despite the decline of Tikal, the city's legacy has endured through the centuries. The ruins of the city, with their towering pyramids and intricate carvings, stand as a testament to the Maya's advanced understanding of architecture, astronomy, and politics. Tikal's influence can still be seen in the art, architecture, and culture of the Maya people, and the city's legacy continues to inspire awe and wonder. The site is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it remains one of the most important archaeological destinations in the world. Tikal's preservation allows us a glimpse into the past, offering insights into the lives of the ancient Maya and their profound connection to the world around them. One of the most fascinating aspects of Tikal is how its mysteries continue to capture the imagination of people today. Despite centuries of study, much of the city's history remains hidden, and every new discovery seems to raise even more questions. What was the true role of the rulers of Tikal? What secrets are buried in the carvings and stelae that adorn the city's temples and monuments? Did the Maya use advanced technologies or knowledge that has been lost to time? These are questions that continue to intrigue archaeologists, historians, and explorers. As we uncover more about the ancient city of Tikal, we are reminded of the complexity and richness of the Maya civilization and the enduring mysteries that still lie beneath the jungle's canopy. Tikal, like many other ancient cities, tells a story of rise and fall, achievement and loss, knowledge and mystery. It stands as a monument to a civilization that was both profoundly advanced and profoundly enigmatic. The city's grandeur, its alignment with the heavens, and its intricate architecture are a testament to the skill and ingenuity of the Maya. But the reasons behind its eventual decline and abandonment remind us that even the greatest civilizations are vulnerable to the forces of nature, politics, and time. The story of Tikal is not just one of a lost city, but a story of humanity's enduring quest to understand the past, to unlock the secrets of the ancient world, and to preserve the knowledge that has been passed down through the ages. Beneath the blistering sun of the Bolivian Andes, high up on the windswept plains near Lake Titicaca, lies one of the most perplexing and mysterious archaeological sites in the world, the ruins of Pumapunku. A place that has baffled researchers and historians for centuries, Pumapunku stands as an enduring enigma of pre-Columbian South America. The site, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex, is best known for its extraordinary stonework, and for the sheer scale of its megalithic construction. The ruins of Pumapunku contain some of the most perfectly cut and precisely placed stones ever discovered in the ancient world, and yet the technology and methods used to achieve such feats remain utterly elusive. Pumapunku is located in the Altiplano, the high plateau that straddles the borders of Bolivia and Peru. It was once part of the Tiwanaku civilization, which flourished between 500 CE and 1000 CE, but much about the civilization's origins and achievements remains hidden beneath the weight of time. The Tiwanaku people built vast ceremonial centers, but none of their works are as awe-inspiring as Pumapunku. The site is most famous for its collection of massive stone blocks, some of which weigh more than 100 tons, and its meticulously crafted, interlocking stone structures. These blocks are made of andesite, a dense volcanic stone that is incredibly hard to carve. Despite the immense size and weight of the stones, the precision with which they were cut and shaped is what has truly captivated researchers. The stones fit together so tightly that even modern tools would struggle to separate them, and there are no visible signs of mortar or binding agents. The level of craftsmanship is so advanced that it appears to surpass even the best stonework of later civilizations, such as those of the Egyptians or Greeks. The stones at Pumapunku seem to defy the conventional understanding of ancient construction techniques. How could such massive blocks be transported over long distances, up steep mountains, and placed with such precision, especially considering that the Tiwanaku had no wheeled vehicles, cranes, or advanced tools? The answers are elusive. Some researchers suggest that the Tiwanaku used a system of ramps or levers, while others propose that they may have used some form of lost technology or techniques that we can't even begin to comprehend. Another possibility is that the stones were not carved using traditional tools, but were somehow shaped using advanced methods now lost to history. Some fringe theories even suggest that the people of Pumapunku may have had access to extraterrestrial knowledge, or that the site is the remnant of an advanced civilization that predates known history. The mystery of Pumapunku deepens when you consider the layout and design of the site itself. Unlike other ancient sites, which were designed with a clear purpose, Pumapunku's architectural complexity and strange arrangement have led many to speculate about its intended function. The site consists of a series of large, rectangular platforms and structures that are aligned with remarkable precision. The way the stones are interlocked and arranged suggests that the people who built Pumapunku had an advanced understanding of geometry and engineering, but the exact purpose of these structures remains unclear. Some researchers believe that the site was a center for astronomical observation, due to the alignment of certain features with celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes. Others believe that it may have been a religious or ceremonial center, designed to honor the gods or to serve as a place of pilgrimage. Still, others have proposed that Pumapunku may have had a more practical purpose, such as a hub for trade or a center for agricultural development, but no definitive evidence has been found to support any of these theories. One of the most intriguing features of Pumapunku is the H-shaped stone blocks that are found scattered throughout the site. These blocks are carved with incredibly intricate designs, and they are believed by some to be representations of ancient tools or symbols. The stones appear to have been cut with such precision that they seem almost too advanced for the time in which they were created. Some believe that the H-shaped stones were used as part of some kind of complex system or mechanism, while others suggest that they may have been symbolic representations of the Tiwanaku's spiritual beliefs. The fact that the site contains so many of these strange stones adds to the mystery of Pumapunku and raises the question of what purpose they might have served. Another puzzling aspect of Pumapunku is the size and weight of the stones themselves. Many of the blocks are so large that it is hard to imagine how they could have been moved or manipulated with the tools available at the time. The largest stones at Pumapunku weigh more than 100 tons, and some have been transported from quarries located dozens of miles away. How did the Tiwanaku manage to cut, transport, and position these massive blocks with such precision? Some theories suggest that the stones were cut using a method known as stone carving by impact, where a tool is struck against the stone to shape it. Others believe that the stones were shaped using grinding or abrasion, which would have required incredibly hard abrasives. However, none of these methods fully explain how the Tiwanaku could have achieved such perfect cuts and precise placements. The mystery of Pumapunku is compounded by the fact that very little is known about the civilization that built it. The Tiwanaku people left behind no written records, and the few artifacts that have been discovered at the site do not provide any concrete clues about the site's function or purpose. While some scholars believe that the Tiwanaku civilization was one of the most advanced societies in pre-Columbian America, the lack of detailed historical records has made it difficult to understand their culture, religion, and technological capabilities. What we do know about the Tiwanaku comes primarily from archaeological evidence, which paints a picture of a highly organized society with advanced engineering skills, but much of their knowledge remains a mystery. Theories about the origins of Pumapunku abound, with many suggesting that the site was built by a lost civilization that predated the Tiwanaku, or that it was constructed by a culture with knowledge far beyond that of other ancient civilizations. Some believe that Pumapunku was not the work of the Tiwanaku at all, but rather the remnants of an even older civilization, one that possessed technology and knowledge far beyond what we can comprehend. Others suggest that Pumapunku is the product of a mysterious, advanced culture that once inhabited the region and then disappeared without a trace. Some fringe theories even propose that the builders of Pumapunku were influenced by extraterrestrial beings or that the site was created as a landing platform for alien ships. Theories aside, the true purpose and origins of Pumapunku remain as elusive as ever. The site continues to captivate the imagination of explorers, archaeologists, and historians, all of whom are left with more questions than answers. What secrets lie hidden beneath the massive stones? What was the true purpose of the site, and who were the people who built it? As modern technology advances and new discoveries are made, perhaps the mysteries of Pumapunku will one day be unraveled. Until then, it remains a testament to the brilliance and the mystery of ancient civilizations. Perhaps what is most captivating about Pumapunku is not just the site itself, but the fact that it challenges our understanding of ancient cultures and their capabilities. The sheer scale, precision, and complexity of Pumapunku suggest that the people who built it possessed knowledge and skills that far exceed what we traditionally associate with pre-Columbian civilizations. Whether the result of advanced engineering, lost technology, or some other unknown factor, Pumapunku stands as a monument to the mysteries of the ancient world. Its stones, cut with such precision, speak to a level of craftsmanship that we have yet to fully comprehend. In this sense, Pumapunku is not just an archaeological site, but a reminder that the ancient world may have been far more advanced than we give it credit for, and that there are still many mysteries yet to be uncovered. On the remote island of Malta, nestled in the Mediterranean Sea, stands one of the most ancient and mysterious megalithic sites in the world, the Halsaflini Hypogeum. This subterranean wonder, hidden beneath the earth, is a labyrinthine network of chambers, passageways, and shrines, carved into the very bedrock of the island. For centuries, the Hypogeum has captivated historians, archaeologists, and explorers alike with its sheer scale, its intricate design, and its almost otherworldly sense of mystery. But what makes this site even more remarkable is the fact that it was constructed around 4000 BCE, long before the advent of metallurgy, advanced tools, or sophisticated construction techniques. How did the ancient builders of Malta, with their limited resources, manage to create such a vast and complex underground structure? What purpose did it serve, and what secrets might it still hold? The Unexplained hypogeum was first discovered in 1902, although its existence had been known to locals for centuries. Beneath the surface of the island lies an elaborate complex of rooms and corridors, which extend over several levels and cover an area of approximately 500 square meters. It is estimated that the hypogeum was used as a burial site for more than 1,000 years, from around 400 BCE to 2500 BCE. The chambers within the site contain the remains of thousands of individuals, and many of the bones found within them have been carefully arranged in a manner that suggests ritualistic significance. The hypogeum is often referred to as a temple complex, and it is thought to have played a central role in the religious and ceremonial life of the ancient inhabitants of Malta. The architecture of the Unexplained hypogeum is nothing short of astounding. The entire structure was carved out of the natural limestone bedrock, with no use of mortar or binding agents. The chambers are arranged in a series of levels, with each level progressively descending deeper into the earth. The largest and most impressive chamber is the main room, a vast space with a vaulted ceiling that stands over 3 meters high. The walls of this room are adorned with intricate carvings, including spirals, geometric patterns, and depictions of animals. These carvings, though weathered by time, are thought to hold symbolic meaning, possibly related to the ancient religious practices of the people who built the hypogeum. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the hypogeum is the extraordinary acoustic properties of the chambers. In particular, the main room has been found to produce an eerie, almost otherworldly resonance when certain sounds are made within it. Some researchers have suggested that the builders of the hypogeum may have designed the space to amplify sound, creating an acoustic effect that would have enhanced the ritualistic and ceremonial practices that took place within the site. The resonance of the chamber is so pronounced that it has been used in modern times for sound experiments, and it is believed that the ancient inhabitants of Malta may have used the acoustics to create an atmosphere of reverence or spiritual transcendence. The hypogeum also contains a series of small alcoves and shrines, some of which are adorned with carved niches and depressions, suggesting that they may have been used for the placement of offerings or sacred objects. In one of the chambers, archaeologists discovered a number of clay figurines, many of which appear to represent women. These figurines are thought to be fertility symbols, and they may have been placed within the hypogeum as part of religious or funerary rituals. The presence of these figurines, along with the remains of the deceased, suggests that the hypogeum was not just a burial site, but a place of spiritual significance. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Unexplained hypogeum is the fact that its construction predates the use of metal tools or advanced building technologies. The builders of the hypogeum must have relied on primitive tools such as stone hammers, chisels, and other rudimentary instruments to carve the intricate chambers and passageways. The precision with which these structures were created, especially considering the limited technology available, is nothing short of remarkable. How did the ancient builders manage to create such a vast and complex underground network without the benefit of modern tools or engineering knowledge? Some theorists have suggested that the builders may have had access to lost or forgotten technologies, while others propose that they possessed an advanced understanding of geometry, acoustics, and materials that is still not fully understood. The dating of the hypogeum raises further questions about the civilization that built it. The island of Malta has a long history of human habitation, but the culture that constructed the Unexplained hypogeum remains a mystery. The people who built the hypogeum left no written records, and little is known about their origins, their social organization, or their religious practices. The construction of such a monumental and complex structure suggests a society with considerable resources and organization, yet there is no definitive evidence of a centralized political system or a ruling elite. Some researchers believe that the builders of the hypogeum may have been part of a larger Mediterranean network of cultures, exchanging ideas and technologies with other ancient civilizations. However, the lack of definitive archaeological evidence makes it difficult to draw firm conclusions about the broader context of the hypogeum's construction. Adding to the mystery is the fact that the hypogeum was not the only megalithic site on Malta. The island is home to several other ancient temples and structures, many of which are also thought to have been used for religious or ceremonial purposes. The most famous of these is the Hagar Kim Temple complex, located on the southern coast of the island. Like the hypogeum, Hagar Kim is made up of large, carefully shaped stones that fit together with incredible precision. The temples at Hagar Kim, along with other megalithic sites on Malta, suggest that the island was once home to a highly developed and sophisticated culture, one that had a deep understanding of architecture, astronomy, and religious symbolism. Whether the builders of the hypogeum were connected to the creators of these other sites is a question that remains unanswered, but the similarities between the structures raise intriguing possibilities about the ancient peoples of Malta and their shared cultural heritage. The purpose of the Hal-Saflieni hypogeum is another subject of intense speculation. While it is widely accepted that the site was used as a burial complex, the precise role it played in the religious and social life of the people who built it is still unclear. Some researchers suggest that the hypogeum may have been used as a sanctuary or temple, where the dead were venerated and rituals were performed to honor the gods. The presence of figurines, animal carvings, and other symbolic objects suggests that the hypogeum may have been a site for fertility rites, ancestor worship, or other religious practices. The acoustics of the chambers, too, suggest that sound and music may have played a key role in the rituals that took place there. The resonance of the main room may have been used to create a heightened spiritual atmosphere, where the living could connect with the gods or communicate with the spirits of the deceased. However, the mystery surrounding the Hal-Saflieni hypogeum extends beyond its function as a burial or religious site. The sheer scale of the construction, the precision of the stonework, and the remarkable acoustics of the chambers all suggest that the builders of the hypogeum possessed knowledge and skills that are not easily explained by traditional theories of prehistoric construction. Could it be that the hypogeum was built by a civilization that had access to lost technologies, advanced engineering methods, or even knowledge of acoustics and sound that we have yet to rediscover? The fact that no similar structures have been found elsewhere in the world only adds to the mystery. Over the years, the Hal-Saflieni hypogeum has become a symbol of humanity's search for meaning, mystery, and connection to the past. Its hidden chambers, its sacred symbols, and its extraordinary acoustics continue to captivate visitors and scholars alike, drawing people from all over the world to uncover the secrets buried beneath the earth. While much has been discovered about this ancient site, there is still so much left to learn. The Hal-Saflieni hypogeum stands as a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of the people who built it, and as a reminder of the mysteries that still lie hidden in the ancient world, waiting to be uncovered. In the depths of Egypt, nestled among the rolling sands of the Giza Plateau, lies one of the most iconic and debated structures in the history of human civilization, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Standing tall as the last of the 7 wonders of the ancient world still in existence, this colossal monument has captured the imaginations of countless people over millennia. Its sheer size and architectural brilliance have baffled historians, engineers, and archaeologists alike, raising fundamental questions about the ancient Egyptians' abilities, technologies, and the true purpose of the pyramid. While mainstream archaeology has offered certain explanations, the Great Pyramid continues to be a source of mystery, and its enigma deepens with every new discovery and theory that arises. But even after thousands of years, the questions about its construction, alignment, and function remain unanswered, leading many to wonder if we may be missing something crucial in our understanding of ancient Egypt. The Great Pyramid, also known as the Pyramid of Khufu or Cheops, is the largest of the 3 pyramids on the Giza Plateau. It originally stood at an impressive height of 481 feet, making it the tallest man-made structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. It is composed of an estimated 2.3 million limestone blocks, each weighing between 2.5 and 15 tons, and its total volume is about 2.6 million cubic meters. The scale of the pyramid is so vast that it is almost incomprehensible, and the engineering required to construct such a structure with the tools and resources available at the time is staggering. How did the ancient Egyptians manage to cut, transport, and position such massive stones with such precision, especially considering they lacked modern cranes, pulleys, or advanced machinery? How did they build a structure so massive, yet so intricately designed, and align it so precisely with the stars and cardinal directions? Theories about the construction of the Great Pyramid have varied widely over the years, with many experts offering competing explanations for how it was built. The traditional theory holds that the pyramid was constructed using a system of ramps, where workers hauled the massive stone blocks up the sides of the pyramid as it was built. These ramps are thought to have been either straight or zigzagging, spiraling around the pyramid as it rose. While this theory remains the most widely accepted, it is far from definitive. Despite extensive research and experimentation, no one has been able to replicate the construction methods with the same level of precision seen in the Great Pyramid. The sheer weight and size of the stones, combined with the pyramid's exacting measurements, raise serious questions about the practicality of the ramp theory. Could the ancient Egyptians have used another method, one that has been lost to time? One of the most perplexing aspects of the Great Pyramid's construction is its precise alignment with the cardinal directions. The pyramid is aligned so perfectly with true north that the error is only 0.067 degrees. This remarkable precision has led some researchers to speculate that the Egyptians must have possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy or even sophisticated tools to achieve such accuracy. Many of the pyramid's features, such as its internal passages and chambers, appear to be aligned with astronomical events, such as the solstices and equinoxes. The purpose of this alignment, however, remains unclear. Was it purely ceremonial, intended to honor the gods, or did it serve a more practical purpose, perhaps related to the ancient Egyptians' understanding of the stars and their role in guiding the afterlife? Whatever the answer, the pyramid's alignment with the stars is one of its most striking and mysterious features. The internal structure of the Great Pyramid is just as enigmatic as its exterior. Inside, there are a series of passageways and chambers, including the King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, and the Grand Gallery, which has a corbelled ceiling that rises to an impressive height of 28 feet. The King's Chamber, where the sarcophagus of the pharaoh Khufu is located, is particularly fascinating. The chamber is constructed from massive granite blocks, some of which weigh several tons, and the precision with which these stones fit together is astounding. There are no mortar joints between the granite blocks, and the joints between the stones are so tight that even a razor blade cannot fit between them. The engineering required to create such a flawless fit with such heavy materials has led some researchers to propose that the ancient Egyptians may have had access to lost technologies, such as advanced cutting tools or even methods that we are not yet able to understand or replicate. Perhaps even more mysterious are the so-called air shafts found in the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber. These narrow, slanted shafts extend upward through the pyramid, and they have long been a subject of debate. Some believe they were constructed for ventilation purposes, allowing air to flow into the tomb to preserve the body of the pharaoh, while others argue that they were designed to align with specific stars or constellations. The latter theory suggests that the shafts were part of the pyramid's celestial alignment, serving as channels to connect the pharaoh's soul with the gods in the afterlife. The fact that these shafts are so precisely positioned and aligned with particular celestial bodies only adds to the mystery, as it raises the possibility that the ancient Egyptians were using the pyramid as a kind of astronomical instrument, a tool for guiding the pharaoh's soul on its journey to the afterlife. The Great Pyramid's purpose remains a central point of speculation. The most accepted theory is that it was built as a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu, although this explanation raises its own set of questions. Why was such a monumental structure needed for a tomb? The size, complexity, and cost of the Great Pyramid far exceed anything that would be required to house a single ruler's body. Some theorists suggest that the pyramid had a dual purpose, acting as both a tomb and a spiritual center, perhaps designed to help facilitate the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Others propose that the pyramid was not merely a tomb, but a symbol of the pharaoh's divine status and his connection to the gods. The idea that the pyramid was designed to serve as a gateway to the afterlife is supported by the many inscriptions found in the pyramids and tombs of later pharaohs, which depict elaborate funerary rituals intended to ensure the pharaoh's immortality. In this sense, the pyramid could be seen not only as a tomb but as a cosmic machine, a device designed to bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine. Adding to the mystery of the Great Pyramid is the question of how and why the Egyptians were able to achieve such extraordinary feats of construction without the use of advanced technology. Some researchers have even suggested that the knowledge required to build the Great Pyramid could have come from an advanced civilization that predated the ancient Egyptians, a civilization that possessed knowledge far beyond what we attribute to ancient societies. The notion that there might have been lost technologies or forgotten knowledge that allowed the Egyptians to construct such a marvel is a compelling one, and it has fueled theories ranging from the idea of extraterrestrial influence to the suggestion that the ancient Egyptians were part of a much older civilization with access to advanced tools and techniques. These theories, while controversial, speak to the fascination and awe that the Great Pyramid continues to inspire. Another key element in the pyramid's mystery is the question of its true origins. While it is traditionally believed that the Great Pyramid was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, some researchers have questioned this narrative. They point to evidence that suggests the pyramid may have been constructed over a much longer period, with multiple phases of construction occurring over centuries. Others have suggested that the Great Pyramid was originally built for a different purpose entirely, and that its use as a tomb for Khufu was a later addition. The historical context in which the pyramid was built remains elusive, and while modern Egyptology has made great strides in uncovering the history of ancient Egypt, the Great Pyramid still holds many of its secrets tightly in its grasp. As it stands, the Great Pyramid of Giza continues to be one of the greatest architectural achievements in human history, and its mysteries remain as compelling as ever. The questions surrounding its construction, purpose, and alignment only deepen the sense of wonder and fascination that this ancient monument evokes. Despite centuries of research and exploration, the Great Pyramid continues to defy easy explanations, and it remains a powerful symbol of humanity's quest to understand the past, unlock the secrets of ancient civilizations, and grasp the knowledge that might lie hidden beneath the sands of time. High in the mountains of modern-day Lebanon, at the ancient site of Baalbek, rests one of the most staggering and controversial stone constructions ever attempted by human hands. Known today for its massive Roman temples, Baalbek hides a deeper and far more perplexing mystery beneath its visible ruins. At the foundation of the Temple of Jupiter lie stones so enormous that even with today's technology, moving them would be an extraordinary challenge. These blocks, collectively known as the trilithon, are among the largest stones ever used in construction anywhere on Earth. Each one weighs an estimated 800 to 1,000 tons, dwarfing the stones used in the Great Pyramid and pushing the limits of what we believe ancient engineering could achieve. The moment researchers began carefully measuring and studying these stones, the questions multiplied instead of fading away. The trilithon blocks are not only massive in size, they are placed with astonishing precision. They rest several meters above ground level, perfectly aligned, tightly fitted, and positioned as if lifted effortlessly into place. There is no evidence of ramps large enough to support such weights, no clear marks of lifting devices, and no ancient texts explaining how such a feat was accomplished. The Roman Empire, famous for its engineering brilliance, is usually credited with completing the temple structures above, yet even Roman construction records remain silent on how these foundational stones were moved or set. This silence has fueled a growing suspicion among some scholars that the most mysterious parts of Baalbek may predate Roman involvement entirely. What deepens the mystery further is the nearby quarry, located just a short distance from the temple complex. There, partially carved and abandoned, lies the famous Stone of the Pregnant Woman, a single block estimated to weigh over 1,000 tons, possibly even more. Nearby discoveries have revealed stones even larger, some approaching 1,650 tons, making them the largest quarried stones ever found. These stones were clearly intended to be transported, yet for reasons unknown, they were left behind. The question naturally arises, if ancient builders were capable of carving stones of this unimaginable size, what stopped them from moving them? Or perhaps more unsettling, what changed that caused the knowledge or capability to suddenly disappear? The precision of Baalbek's construction adds another layer of intrigue. The stones are cut so accurately that the joints between them are barely visible, and the surfaces are astonishingly flat. Modern engineers examining the site have expressed confusion over how such precision could be achieved without advanced tools. Andesite and limestone of this size are extremely difficult to shape, even with modern diamond-tipped equipment. Yet the ancient builders managed not only to cut these stones, but to transport them uphill and place them with mathematical exactness. There are no signs of trial and error, no collapsed attempts, no partially ruined foundations. Everything appears deliberate, confident, and expertly executed, as if the builders were following knowledge already perfected long before construction began. Mainstream archaeology often attributes the foundations to Roman ingenuity, suggesting the use of massive labor forces, wooden rollers, earthen ramps, and sheer human strength. However, when these theories are tested mathematically and physically, they begin to fall apart. The friction, structural stress, and sheer manpower required would exceed plausible limits. Even with thousands of workers, moving a single 1,000-ton stone without modern machinery would require engineering solutions we have yet to successfully demonstrate. This gap between theory and physical reality has led some researchers to quietly admit that Baalbek presents a problem without a satisfying answer. This uncertainty has opened the door to alternative interpretations, some of which challenge conventional historical timelines. A growing number of researchers believe Baalbek's foundations may belong to a far older civilization, one that existed long before the Romans and possibly even before recorded history. According to this view, the Romans did not build Baalbek from scratch, but rather inherited an ancient sacred site and constructed their temples atop pre-existing megalithic foundations. This pattern is not unique to Baalbek. Around the world, advanced ancient cultures are known to have built over older ruins, reusing stones whose origins they no longer fully understood. The stark contrast between the massive megaliths below and the comparatively smaller Roman blocks above supports this theory, suggesting two entirely different construction phases separated by vast stretches of time. Local legends surrounding Baalbek seem to echo this idea. Ancient texts and folklore speak of giants, gods, or supernatural beings who built the foundations in an age before humanity as we know it. While such stories are often dismissed as myth, they may preserve fragments of historical memory, distorted over generations but rooted in real events. In ancient cultures, extraordinary engineering feats were frequently attributed to divine or semi-divine beings simply because they exceeded human understanding. When knowledge is lost, myth steps in to fill the void. Another unsettling aspect of Baalbek is its apparent astronomical alignment. Some researchers have noted that the site may have been positioned according to celestial markers, aligning with solstices or specific star paths. If true, this would suggest not only advanced engineering but also sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Aligning structures of this size requires long-term observation, mathematical precision, and a deep understanding of the sky. Such knowledge is often associated with ancient civilizations whose intellectual capabilities are underestimated or misunderstood by modern standards. The implications of Baalbek's mysteries are profound. If the foundations truly predate the Romans by thousands of years, then our understanding of ancient technological development must be reconsidered. It would suggest that a civilization once existed with engineering capabilities equal to or exceeding those of later empires, yet left behind no written records that we have been able to identify. This raises uncomfortable questions about how history is preserved, how knowledge can be lost, and how fragile human progress truly is. Entire worlds of understanding may have risen and fallen long before our current historical narratives begin. What makes Baalbek particularly unsettling is that it resists neat explanations. It does not fit comfortably into accepted timelines, nor does it fully support speculative theories without evidence. It exists in an uncomfortable middle ground, where mainstream answers feel incomplete and alternative ideas feel risky. Yet the stones remain, silent and immovable, demanding an explanation whether we are ready for it or not. Every attempt to dismiss the mystery seems to circle back to the same conclusion: we do not fully understand how Baalbek was built, or who truly built it. Standing among the ruins today, surrounded by stones that weigh more than modern machines are designed to lift, one cannot help but feel a sense of humility. Baalbek does not merely challenge our understanding of ancient architecture, it challenges our assumptions about the limits of human capability. It whispers of forgotten knowledge, of civilizations erased not by weakness but by time itself. And as long as those stones remain perched impossibly atop one another, Baalbek will continue to stand as a monument not only to ancient ambition, but to the enduring mystery of our own past. Hidden beneath the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey lies a site that has forced historians and archaeologists to confront one of the most uncomfortable questions in human history: what if civilization began far earlier than we have been taught? Göbekli Tepe, a prehistoric complex unlike anything else on Earth, has completely rewritten the timeline of human development. Discovered in the 1990s but largely ignored at first, this ancient site dates back to around 9,600 BCE, more than 11,000 years ago. That alone makes it extraordinary, but what truly unsettles researchers is not its age, but its sophistication. Göbekli Tepe was built at a time when humans were supposedly simple hunter-gatherers, people who, according to conventional models, lacked the social structure, organization, and technological knowledge to construct monumental architecture. Yet here it stands, massive, deliberate, and impossibly advanced for its time. The site consists of large circular enclosures made of enormous T-shaped limestone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons and standing over 18 feet tall. These pillars are arranged with remarkable symmetry and precision, forming rings that appear to have been carefully planned rather than randomly assembled. Many of the stones are carved with intricate reliefs depicting animals such as lions, foxes, snakes, vultures, and scorpions, all rendered with striking artistic skill. The level of detail suggests not only craftsmanship but also symbolic intent, as if these images carry deep meaning for the people who created them. This immediately raises a troubling question: how could nomadic hunter-gatherers, without agriculture, metal tools, or permanent settlements, organize the labor and resources required to build such a complex? For decades, the dominant theory in archaeology held that agriculture came first, followed by permanent settlements, religion, and monumental architecture. Göbekli Tepe shatters that sequence completely. Evidence suggests that the site was built before the widespread adoption of farming. There are no signs of domestic crops or animals at the earliest layers. Instead, the builders appear to have relied entirely on hunting and gathering. This means that large groups of people must have come together repeatedly over long periods, coordinated their efforts, and shared a common purpose strong enough to motivate the construction of massive stone monuments. Such cooperation implies advanced social structures and belief systems that should not have existed, at least according to traditional timelines. Equally puzzling is the apparent absence of everyday living spaces at Göbekli Tepe. There are no houses, hearths, trash pits, or signs of long-term habitation. This suggests that the site was not a village or settlement but something else entirely, possibly a ceremonial or ritual center. People may have traveled long distances to gather here, participating in events that held profound spiritual or social significance. If true, this would mean that organized religion or ritual behavior existed before agriculture, not as a consequence of it. In other words, belief may have shaped civilization, not the other way around. The T-shaped pillars themselves deepen the mystery. Many researchers believe they represent stylized human figures. Some have carved arms, hands, and belts, implying that these stones were not merely architectural elements but symbolic beings, perhaps ancestors, deities, or guardians. If these pillars were meant to represent entities rather than structures, then Göbekli Tepe was not simply built for worship, but may have been a sacred space designed to interact with the spiritual world. The idea that such abstract religious concepts existed over 11,000 years ago challenges long-held assumptions about the cognitive and cultural development of early humans. Then there is the most baffling aspect of all: Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. After centuries, possibly millennia of use, the builders intentionally filled the enclosures with tons of debris, carefully covering the pillars and abandoning the site. This was not the result of natural disaster or gradual decay. The burial appears purposeful, almost ritualistic. Why would a society invest enormous effort into creating such a monumental site, only to bury it themselves? Some researchers suggest it may have marked the end of an era, a shift in belief systems, or the desire to seal something away. Others believe the burial was meant to preserve the site, intentionally protecting it for the future. The true reason remains unknown, and that uncertainty only adds to the site's haunting power. As excavations continue, new questions keep emerging. Only a small fraction of Göbekli Tepe has been uncovered, yet geophysical surveys indicate that many more structures remain buried beneath the earth. This suggests that what we see today may represent just a glimpse of a much larger complex. If fully excavated, the site could fundamentally reshape our understanding of prehistory even further. Each new pillar, each carved symbol, seems to whisper that we have underestimated our ancestors, perhaps dramatically. The implications of Göbekli Tepe extend far beyond archaeology. If complex social organization, symbolic thought, and large-scale construction existed this early, then the roots of civilization run far deeper than previously believed. It raises the possibility that earlier advanced cultures may have existed and vanished, leaving behind only fragments of their achievements. Knowledge could have been lost, timelines reset, and human history simplified over thousands of years of retelling. Göbekli Tepe may not be an anomaly, but a survivor, preserved only because it was intentionally buried. What makes Göbekli Tepe especially unsettling is how quietly it challenges established narratives. There is no dramatic destruction layer, no clear evidence of collapse or invasion. Instead, it suggests a deliberate transition, a conscious choice made by people whose motivations we no longer understand. This forces us to confront a humbling reality: human history is not a straight line of progress, but a complex, fragile story filled with forgotten chapters. Entire worlds of thought, belief, and capability may have existed long before writing, long before kings and cities, and then disappeared almost without a trace. Standing at Göbekli Tepe today, surrounded by stones carved over 11 millennia ago, one cannot escape the feeling that we are visitors to a world we barely comprehend. The silence of the site feels intentional, as if it is waiting, not to give answers, but to remind us how much we do not know. Göbekli Tepe does not just change history, it unsettles it. It suggests that the origins of civilization are far older, far stranger, and far more mysterious than we ever imagined, and that what we call the beginning may only be the middle of a much longer, hidden story. In the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean, thousands of kilometers away from any major landmass, lies a tiny island that should not, by any conventional logic, hold one of the greatest engineering mysteries on Earth. Rapa Nui, more commonly known as Easter Island, is isolated, windswept, and resource-poor, yet it is home to nearly 1,000 colossal stone statues known as the Moai. These massive figures, carved from volcanic rock, stare silently across the island, their backs to the sea, as if guarding something long forgotten. For centuries, the Moai have raised a haunting question that modern science still struggles to answer: how did a small, isolated ancient society carve, transport, and erect statues weighing up to 80 tons, without metal tools, wheels, or large animals? The Moai are not crude or simple monuments. Each statue was carved with remarkable consistency and intention, featuring elongated heads, strong brows, defined noses, and rigid torsos. Some once wore massive red stone topknots called pukeo, themselves weighing several tons, which had to be lifted and placed with precision. The statues were carved primarily from the volcanic tuff of the Reino Raraku quarry, where nearly half-finished moai still lie scattered across the slopes, frozen in time as if the builders simply vanished mid-task. These abandoned figures suggest an organized, large-scale operation that continued for generations, not a sporadic or experimental effort. What unsettles researchers most is not just the carving of the moai, but their transportation. Some statues were moved over distances of up to 15 kilometers across uneven terrain, hills, and valleys. Traditional theories once proposed that the moai were dragged horizontally using logs and sleds, but this idea presents serious problems. Easter Island had limited trees, and deforestation likely occurred after the statues were erected, not before. Dragging statues of such immense weight would have required vast amounts of timber and manpower, resources the island simply could not sustain for centuries. This contradiction forced researchers to rethink everything. In recent years, a controversial but intriguing theory has gained attention: the idea that the moai were walked upright to their platforms using ropes. Experiments have shown that with coordinated effort, a tall statue can be rocked side to side, slowly inching forward in a controlled motion. This method aligns with oral traditions from the Rapa Nui people, who long claimed that the statues walked to their destinations under spiritual power. While modern demonstrations suggest this is physically possible on a small scale, it still does not fully explain how dozens of massive statues were moved across the island repeatedly without catastrophic breakage. Many moai lie broken along ancient roads, hinting that even if this method was used, it was dangerous, difficult, and far from foolproof. The platforms on which the moai stand, known as ahu, introduce another layer of mystery. These stone platforms are carefully constructed, often aligned with celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes. Some ahu face sunrise or sunset at specific times of the year, suggesting astronomical knowledge woven into the island's spiritual architecture. This implies that the moai were not merely statues, but part of a larger ceremonial and cosmological system. They may have represented deified ancestors, believed to channel spiritual power, or mana, into the land, protecting and sustaining the people. Even more puzzling is what lies beneath the moai. For a long time, the statues were thought to be nothing more than giant heads. Excavations revealed that many have full bodies buried underground, complete with carved hands, torsos, and intricate petroglyphs etched into their backs. This discovery transformed our understanding of the statues entirely. The buried portions suggest intentional placement and long-term planning, not hurried construction. These were not surface-level monuments, they were integrated into the landscape in a way that suggests permanence and ritual significance. Mainstream archaeology often presents the story of Easter Island as a cautionary tale of ecological collapse, arguing that the Rapa Nui people destroyed their environment through overexploitation, leading to societal breakdown. However, recent evidence challenges this narrative. Studies indicate that the islanders adapted to environmental changes, practiced sustainable agriculture using rock gardens, and maintained social organization far longer than previously believed. This raises an uncomfortable possibility: perhaps the story of collapse has been exaggerated, and the true reason the moai building tradition ended lies elsewhere. One of the most intriguing questions remains why the statues all face inward, toward the island, rather than outward toward the sea. This orientation suggests that the moai were meant to watch over the people, not guide sailors or mark territory. If the statues represented ancestors, then their gaze symbolized protection, authority, and continuity between generations. The effort invested in creating them implies a belief system powerful enough to mobilize an entire society across centuries. Such belief-driven construction mirrors patterns seen at other mysterious ancient sites around the world, where spiritual motivation appears to precede practical necessity. The sudden halt in moai construction is another unresolved mystery. The quarry at Reino Raraku contains statues in various stages of completion, abandoned as if work stopped abruptly. Tools were left behind, statues unfinished, plans never fulfilled. This does not resemble a slow decline but rather a sharp interruption. Was there internal conflict, a shift in religious beliefs, external contact, or something more catastrophic? Some researchers speculate that contact with outsiders disrupted traditional systems, while others believe a profound cultural transformation occurred, rendering the Moai obsolete or even taboo. What makes Easter Island especially haunting is how its isolation amplifies the mystery. There was no nearby civilization to influence or assist the Rapa Nui people, no obvious external source for advanced knowledge or technology. Everything needed to create the Moai had to be developed locally, through trial, error, and inherited wisdom. This suggests that human ingenuity, when driven by belief in necessity, may be far more powerful than we typically acknowledge. It also hints that other isolated cultures in the distant past may have achieved remarkable feats that have since vanished without a trace. Standing among the Moai today, one feels a strange combination of awe and unease. The statues do not explain themselves. They do not offer inscriptions or clear answers. They simply exist, massive and silent, defying simple explanations. They challenge modern assumptions about what small, ancient societies were capable of achieving. Like so many other ancient structures around the world, the Moai force us to confront the possibility that our ancestors were not as primitive as we once believed, and that history, as we understand it, may be missing entire chapters. Easter Island does not give up its secrets easily. The Moai remain locked in their quiet vigil, watching over a land shaped by human effort, belief, and mystery. They remind us that knowledge can be lost, traditions can end, and even the most extraordinary achievements can fade into silence. And perhaps most unsettling of all, they suggest that the limits we place on ancient humanity say more about our modern assumptions than about the true capabilities of the people who came before us. Across the rolling plains of southern England, rising from a landscape shaped by wind, rain, and time, stands a circle of stones that has haunted human imagination for thousands of years. Stonehenge is one of the most recognizable ancient monuments on Earth, yet despite centuries of study, it remains one of the least understood. From a distance, it appears simple, massive stones arranged in a circular pattern. But the closer one looks, the more unsettling questions begin to emerge. Who built Stonehenge? Why was it built? And how did people living over 4,000 years ago move and position stones weighing up to 40 tons with such precision? The answers remain frustratingly incomplete, and that uncertainty is precisely what keeps Stonehenge at the center of forbidden archaeology debates. The construction of Stonehenge did not happen all at once. It was built in multiple phases over a period spanning roughly 1,500 years, beginning around 3000 BCE. This alone suggests long-term planning across generations, a continuity of purpose that survived cultural changes, environmental challenges, and shifting belief systems. The earliest phase consisted of a circular ditch and earthen bank, carefully laid out with surprising geometric accuracy. Later phases introduced the massive sarsen stones and smaller bluestones, arranged in complex patterns that required advanced understanding of balance, leverage, and structural integrity. This was not the work of a primitive society experimenting blindly, it was the result of accumulated knowledge passed down over centuries. One of the most perplexing aspects of Stonehenge is the origin of its stones. The massive sarsens, weighing up to 40 tons each, were transported from Marlborough Downs, about 25 kilometers away. That alone is impressive. But the smaller bluestones present an even greater mystery. These stones originated in the Preseli Hills of Wales, more than 200 kilometers from the site. Transporting stones of that size over such a distance, across rivers, hills, and rough terrain, would be a daunting task even with modern equipment. Yet there is no clear evidence of how ancient builders accomplished this. Theories range from dragging stones on wooden sleds to transporting them by river and sea, but none fully explain the logistical challenges involved. The precision with which the stones were shaped and assembled further deepens the mystery. Many of the sarsen stones feature mortise and tenon joints, a woodworking technique adapted to stone. This allowed horizontal lintel stones to lock securely onto vertical pillars, creating a stable structure that has survived millennia of weather and seismic activity. The level of craftsmanship required to carve such joints into hard stone using only stone tools is extraordinary. It suggests not only skill but also a deep understanding of materials and engineering principles that are rarely attributed to Neolithic societies. Stonehenge's alignment with the heavens is perhaps its most famous feature. The monument is precisely aligned with the movements of the sun, particularly the summer and winter solstices. On the summer solstice, the sun rises directly over the heel stone, casting light into the heart of the circle. On the winter solstice, the sun sets in perfect alignment with the central axis. Such accuracy implies careful astronomical observation over long periods. The builders had to track solar cycles, understand seasonal shifts, and translate that knowledge into a permanent stone structure. This raises a critical question: why was this alignment so important? What role did the sky play in the beliefs and rituals of the people who built Stonehenge? Some researchers believe Stonehenge functioned as a ceremonial calendar, marking key moments in the agricultural year. Others suggest it was a sacred site connected to death and the afterlife, supported by the discovery of nearby burial mounds. Recent studies have also proposed that Stonehenge may have been a place of healing, citing the presence of individuals buried nearby who showed signs of injury or disease. According to this theory, people traveled long distances to seek cures, believing the stones possessed restorative power. While intriguing, none of these explanations fully account for the monument's scale, complexity, and longevity. What truly unsettles historians is the social organization required to build Stonehenge. Coordinating hundreds, possibly thousands, of people over generations would have required leadership, shared beliefs, and a stable system of knowledge transmission. This challenges the idea that Neolithic societies were loosely organized or technologically unsophisticated. Instead, Stonehenge points to a culture capable of large-scale planning, symbolic thought, and communal effort on a monumental scale. Such capabilities suggest a level of societal complexity that does not fit neatly into traditional historical models. The surrounding landscape adds yet another layer of mystery. Stonehenge is not an isolated structure but part of a much larger ceremonial complex that includes avenues, burial sites, wooden circles, and other stone monuments. This suggests the area was a sacred landscape, carefully designed and used for rituals over centuries. Some researchers believe Stonehenge was only one part of a broader system representing the cycle of life and death, with wooden structures symbolizing the living and stone structures symbolizing the dead. If true, this would indicate a sophisticated cosmology embedded directly into the landscape. Despite decades of excavation and advanced technology such as ground-penetrating radar and isotope analysis, Stonehenge continues to resist definitive explanation. Every new discovery seems to raise more questions than it answers. Even the identity of the builders remains unclear. They left no written records, no clear cultural markers that allow us to fully reconstruct their worldview. What we are left with is a monument that speaks through silence, offering hints but refusing clarity. Alternative theories inevitably arise in the gaps left by mainstream explanations. Some propose that Stonehenge was built using lost technologies, possibly involving sound, vibration, or methods of stone manipulation we no longer understand. Others suggest knowledge was inherited from an earlier, now lost civilization whose influence lingered long after it vanished. While such ideas remain controversial, they persist because conventional explanations feel incomplete. Stonehenge does not behave like a simple monument built for a single purpose. It feels layered, symbolic, and deeply intentional in ways we have yet to fully grasp. Standing among the stones today, one cannot escape the sense that Stonehenge was meant to endure, not just physically but symbolically. It was designed to outlast its builders, to speak across time without words. Its builders may have known that future generations would stand where we stand now, asking the same questions, feeling the same awe. That possibility alone suggests a level of foresight and self-awareness rarely attributed to ancient peoples. Stonehenge ultimately forces us to confront a difficult truth. our ancestors may have understood the world in ways we no longer do. Their knowledge may not have been written down or preserved in books, but it was encoded in stone, landscape, and alignment with the cosmos. And as long as Stonehenge continues to defy complete explanation, it will remain a reminder that human history is not a simple story of linear progress, but a vast, complex tapestry with threads that have been lost, buried, or deliberately left behind. Stretching across the arid plains of southern Peru lies a mystery so vast that it can only truly be understood from the sky. Etched into the desert floor are hundreds of enormous geometric shapes, animals, plants, and abstract symbols, some stretching for kilometers, others so precise they resemble modern technical drawings. These are the Nazca Lines, and for decades they have unsettled archaeologists, pilots, scientists, and historians alike. Created by the ancient Nazca civilization between roughly 500 BCE and 500 CE, these geoglyphs defy easy explanation, not because we cannot see them clearly, but because we cannot fully understand why they exist at all. From the ground, the Nazca Lines are almost invisible. They appear as faint scratches or shallow grooves in the desert surface. Only from elevated viewpoints or the air do their true forms emerge: massive hummingbirds, spiders, monkeys, whales, trapezoids, spirals, and straight lines so long and straight that they challenge belief. This immediately raises a disturbing question. How did an ancient culture, without flight, satellites, or modern surveying tools, design images that only make sense when viewed from above? And perhaps more importantly, who were they meant to be seen by? The Nazca people created these lines by removing the darker, oxidized stones that covered the desert surface, revealing the lighter earth beneath. The extreme dryness and stable climate of the region preserved the designs for centuries. Technically, the method seems simple, yet the scale and precision tell a very different story. Some lines extend for over 15 kilometers, maintaining near-perfect straightness across uneven terrain, hills, and valleys. Others form complex figures with consistent proportions, smooth curves, and intentional symmetry. Achieving this level of accuracy without aerial perspective or advanced measuring tools suggests an understanding of geometry and planning far beyond what is usually attributed to ancient desert cultures. One of the most debated aspects of the Nazca Lines is their purpose. Early researchers proposed that they were astronomical markers, aligned with stars, planets, or celestial events. Some lines do appear to point toward solstices or significant astronomical positions, but many do not. This inconsistency has led scientists to question whether astronomy alone can explain the sight. Others have suggested the lines were ceremonial pathways, meant to be walked during rituals. Footpath where patterns support this idea to some extent, but it still fails to explain why the designs are so enormous and visually oriented toward the sky rather than the participants on the ground. Then there is the theory that the Nazca Lines were connected to water, the most precious resource in the desert. Some geoglyphs align with underground aquifers or ceremonial wells, known as puquios. In this interpretation, the figures were offerings to deities, prayers etched into the land itself, meant to be seen by gods in the sky who controlled rain and fertility. The animals depicted, many associated with water or fertility in Andean mythology, support this idea. Yet even this explanation feels incomplete. If the lines were purely symbolic offerings, why such precision, such vast scale, such repetition? The mystery deepens when considering the logistics. Creating the Nazca Lines would have required coordinated labor, long-term planning, and strict adherence to design templates. Mistakes would be difficult to correct at such scale, yet errors are rare. This implies oversight, shared knowledge, and possibly a specialized class of planners or priests who understood the designs as a whole. But no written records exist to explain their meaning. The Nazca culture left behind pottery, textiles, and ceremonial sites, yet none clearly explain the purpose of the lines. It is as if the knowledge behind them was deliberately kept secret or transmitted in ways that did not survive time. One of the most unsettling questions is whether the Nazca people truly could not see their own creations. While they did not have aircraft, some researchers argue that nearby hills and natural elevations could provide limited viewpoints. However, these vantage points are insufficient to reveal the full forms of the largest geoglyphs. Others suggest the designs were planned using scaled drawings and grid systems, allowing builders to replicate shapes accurately without seeing the final image. While mathematically possible, this still demands a level of abstract thinking and project management rarely acknowledged in ancient societies. As with many ancient mysteries, alternative theories have flourished where conventional explanations feel lacking. Some speculate that the lines were created to communicate with beings in the sky, weather gods, ancestors, or something else entirely. This idea gained popularity in the 20th century, fueled by the sheer visibility of the lines from the air. While mainstream science rejects extraterrestrial involvement, the persistence of such theories reveals a deeper issue. The Nazca lines challenge our assumptions so profoundly that people instinctively search for explanations beyond human capability. Another overlooked aspect is the emotional and cultural investment required to maintain the lines. These geoglyphs were not created quickly. They were maintained over generations, cleared repeatedly to preserve their visibility. This suggests they were not one-time experiments but central to Nazca identity and belief. A society struggling for survival in a harsh desert environment chose to dedicate immense energy to drawing symbols that offered no obvious practical benefit. That choice alone tells us that the lines mattered deeply, in ways we may never fully understand. Recent technologies such as drone imaging and artificial intelligence analysis have revealed even more geoglyphs, some previously unknown, hidden beneath centuries of erosion. Many of these newly discovered figures are smaller, older, and stylistically different, suggesting the Nazca lines evolved over time. This indicates a living tradition, not a single event. Yet even as we uncover more, clarity remains elusive. Each new figure adds complexity, not resolution. The Nazca lines force us to confront an uncomfortable truth about human history. Intelligence, creativity, and symbolic thought did not emerge slowly and predictably. They appeared in bursts, shaped by belief, environment, and purpose. The Nazca people may not have built cities of stone or empires of conquest, but they created something arguably more enduring, a message written on the earth itself, designed to last, designed to be seen, but not necessarily understood. Standing at the edge of the desert today, knowing that beneath your feet stretch lines older than many civilizations, one cannot help but feel small. The Nazca lines do not explain themselves. They do not offer inscriptions or instructions. They simply exist, vast and silent, challenging us to expand our definition of intelligence, purpose, and achievement. They remind us that ancient humans were not just surviving, they were imagining, believing, and creating on a scale that still unsettles modern science. Perhaps the most haunting possibility is that the Nazca lines were never meant for us. That they were created for eyes we do not have, for meanings we no longer share, for a worldview that has vanished entirely. And if that is true, then the mystery is not that we cannot explain the Nazca lines, but that we keep assuming everything in the past was meant to make sense to the present. Deep within the dense jungles of Central America, hidden beneath centuries of vegetation and silence, lie the ruins of an ancient Maya world that still refuses to fully reveal its secrets. The Maya civilization is often praised for its achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and architecture, yet the more scientists uncover, the more unsettling the questions become. Massive stone cities rose in environments that should have made such construction nearly impossible. Towering pyramids pierced the jungle canopy, perfectly aligned with celestial cycles, while road networks stretched across vast distances without the use of metal tools, wheeled transport, or beasts of burden. The mystery is not that the Maya built these cities, but how they sustained them, organized them, and then, most disturbingly of all, why they were suddenly abandoned. The Maya did not build small ceremonial villages. They constructed sprawling urban centers like Tikal, Calakmul, Copan, and Palenque, each containing massive pyramids, palaces, observatories, and plazas capable of supporting tens of thousands of people. These structures were built from limestone quarried and transported by hand, shaped with stone tools, and assembled with remarkable precision. Many of the pyramids were built atop earlier ones, layer upon layer, suggesting long-term planning and reverence for sacred space across generations. The scale of labor required to accomplish this challenges conventional views of ancient societies operating without centralized industrial systems. One of the most astonishing aspects of Maya architecture is its astronomical alignment. Temples were positioned to track solstices, equinoxes, and planetary movements with incredible accuracy. At sites like Chichen Itza, light and shadow create the illusion of a serpent descending the steps of the pyramid during equinoxes, a phenomenon that still occurs today. Such precision required centuries of observation, careful record-keeping, and advanced mathematical understanding. The Maya developed a complex calendar system far more accurate than those used in Europe until modern times, tracking cycles that extended thousands of years into the past and future. This raises an unsettling question: how did a civilization without telescopes or modern instruments achieve such astronomical mastery? Equally puzzling is the Maya understanding of time itself. Their calendar systems were not merely practical tools but philosophical frameworks that shaped their worldview. Time was cyclical, not linear, and history was believed to repeat itself through vast cosmic ages. This belief influenced architecture, ritual, and governance. Kings were seen not just as rulers but as mediators between cosmic cycles and human existence. Building projects often coincided with significant calendar dates, suggesting that construction itself was a sacred act aligned with the movement of the universe. This integration of science, belief, and power is rarely matched even in later civilizations. Yet despite these extraordinary achievements, something went terribly wrong. Around the 9th century CE, many major Maya cities were abandoned. Palaces fell silent, plazas emptied, and jungle vines reclaimed stone temples. This collapse did not happen overnight, nor was it uniform across the region. Some cities declined rapidly, others lingered for generations. The lack of clear evidence for widespread invasion or sudden catastrophe has made this collapse one of archaeology's greatest puzzles. Why would a civilization so advanced, so deeply connected to its environment and cosmology, simply unravel? Traditional explanations often point to environmental factors such as drought, deforestation, or soil depletion. The Maya landscape was fragile, and sustaining large populations would have required careful management of water and agriculture. Evidence of prolonged droughts does exist, and it likely played a role. However, drought alone does not explain the full picture. The Maya had survived environmental challenges before, adapting with reservoirs, terracing, and innovative farming techniques. Something more complex appears to have occurred, possibly involving political instability, social unrest, and the collapse of belief systems that once held society together. The inscriptions carved into Maya stele offer tantalizing clues. These texts record kings, wars, alliances, and ritual events, but toward the end of the classic period, they abruptly stop. It is as if the act of recording history itself lost meaning. This silence suggests a breakdown not only of political power but of cultural identity. When rulers could no longer fulfill their role as cosmic intermediaries, the entire structure of society may have begun to fracture. Belief, once a source of unity, may have turned into doubt. Recent discoveries using LiDAR technology have revealed that the Maya world was far larger and more interconnected than previously believed. Hidden beneath jungle canopy are vast networks of roads, defensive walls, and agricultural terraces, indicating centralized planning on an enormous scale. This forces a re-evaluation of Maya capabilities and resilience. If they were capable of such large-scale organization, why could they not recover from crisis? Or perhaps they did, but in ways that left fewer monumental traces. Some researchers suggest that the Maya collapse was not a disappearance but a transformation. People did not vanish, they moved, adapted, and restructured their societies. Descendants of the Maya still live throughout Central America today, preserving language, traditions, and cosmological knowledge. This perspective challenges the dramatic narrative of collapse and invites a more nuanced understanding of change. Yet even this explanation leaves unanswered why monumental construction ceased so abruptly and why knowledge once embedded in stone was no longer expressed in the same way. What unsettles many scholars is the possibility that Maya knowledge was intentionally abandoned. The cyclical view of time embraced by the Maya includes the concept of endings as necessary precursors to renewal. Entire cities may have been symbolically closed, their temples left to return to nature as part of a cosmic cycle. If so, the abandonment was not failure but fulfillment, a conclusion chosen rather than forced. This idea challenges modern assumptions that progress must be continuous and visible. Walking among the ruins today, surrounded by towering pyramids swallowed by jungle, one feels a profound sense of loss mixed with awe. The Maya achieved a level of scientific, architectural, and philosophical sophistication that still rivals modern understanding in some areas. Yet they left behind no single explanation for their choices, no final message carved in stone to tell us why they stepped away from their great cities. Their silence is deliberate, and perhaps that is the point. The Maya ruins do not simply represent a vanished civilization. They represent a warning and a lesson. Knowledge can rise, flourish, and then retreat into silence, leaving behind only fragments for future generations to puzzle over. The Maya remind us that intelligence does not guarantee permanence, and that civilizations are shaped as much by belief and meaning as by technology and power. Their cities stand not as failures, but as echoes of a world that understood the universe in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. High in the Peruvian Andes, perched on a narrow ridge surrounded by mist, sheer cliffs, and towering peaks, lies a city that seems almost impossible. Machu Picchu does not announce itself loudly. It emerges slowly, stone by stone, as if revealed only when the mountain allows it. Even today, standing among its terraces and temples, one overwhelming question refuses to fade: how was this place ever built at all? The Inca civilization, often described as technologically simple due to the absence of iron tools, wheels, or written language, somehow constructed one of the most sophisticated mountain cities the world has ever seen. And despite decades of study, modern science still cannot fully explain how they achieved it. Machu Picchu sits more than 2,400 meters above sea level, in one of the most unstable geological regions on Earth. Earthquakes are common, rainfall is intense, and the slopes are steep enough to make modern construction dangerous. Yet the city has stood for over 5 centuries with astonishing resilience. The stone walls do not crack easily, the buildings remain aligned, and the entire complex seems to move with the mountain rather than fight against it. This alone suggests a level of engineering understanding that feels far ahead of its time. The Inca were not merely stacking stones, they were designing structures that responded intelligently to their environment. The stonework at Machu Picchu is perhaps its most unsettling feature. Massive granite blocks were quarried, shaped, transported, and fitted together so precisely that not even a blade of grass can slip between them. No mortar was used. Each stone is uniquely shaped, interlocking with the others like a three-dimensional puzzle. This technique, known as ashlar masonry, is so effective that during earthquakes, the stones vibrate and settle back into place rather than collapsing. Modern engineers still admire and struggle to replicate this method without advanced machinery. What makes this even more baffling is the hardness of granite itself. Granite is extremely difficult to work with, even using modern steel tools. The Inca, however, had only stone, bronze, and basic copper implements. Traditional explanations suggest they used harder stones to pound and shape the granite over long periods of time. While this may account for rough shaping, it does not fully explain the smooth surfaces, sharp angles, and complex curves seen throughout Machu Picchu. Some stones weigh several tons and feature internal angles that appear mathematically precise, not approximate. The time and labor required to achieve this level of perfection using primitive tools would be immense, raising questions about whether other techniques were involved. transportation presents another unsolved problem. There are no signs of wheeled carts, draft animals, or large cranes. The stones had to be moved uphill, across uneven terrain, and placed with pinpoint accuracy. The commonly accepted explanation is that human labor, using ropes, levers, and ramps, accomplished the task. Yet no physical evidence of large-scale ramps has been found at Machu Picchu, and the narrow mountain paths make such logistics difficult to visualize. Even if thousands of workers were involved, coordinating such efforts without written plans or measurements seems almost unimaginable. The city itself is divided into distinct zones, including residential areas, agricultural terraces, ceremonial centers, and astronomical observatories. This organization was not random. The placement of structures reflects careful planning, social hierarchy, and symbolic meaning. Temples are aligned with celestial events such as solstices, while windows and stone markers track the movement of the sun with remarkable accuracy. The Intihuatana stone, often referred to as a solar clock, appears to have been used to measure time and ritual cycles. This suggests that Machu Picchu was not merely a royal retreat or fortress, but a sacred space deeply connected to cosmology and belief. Water management at Machu Picchu further demonstrates the Incas' advanced understanding of engineering. A complex system of channels, fountains, and drains was built to control rainfall and prevent erosion. The city receives heavy rainfall for much of the year, yet flooding is minimal. Beneath the visible stonework lies an extensive drainage system, with layers of gravel and rock designed to absorb and redirect water. Modern studies suggest that more effort may have gone into managing water below ground than constructing buildings above it. This hidden infrastructure is one of the main reasons Machu Picchu has survived intact for so long. Perhaps most mysterious of all is why Machu Picchu was abandoned. The city appears to have been occupied for less than a century before being left behind. There is no evidence of large-scale destruction, invasion, or disaster. The Spanish never discovered it during their conquest, and it faded quietly into the jungle. Some theories suggest it was abandoned due to disease, possibly brought by Europeans before direct contact. Others believe it was intentionally vacated following the collapse of Inca leadership. Yet none of these explanations fully account for the suddenness and completeness of the abandonment. The Inca did not leave behind written records explaining Machu Picchu's purpose. What we know comes from archaeology, oral tradition, and Spanish accounts written decades after the conquest. This absence of direct explanation creates a vacuum where speculation thrives. Some researchers believe Machu Picchu was a royal estate for the Emperor Pachacuti, a place of retreat and ceremony. Others argue it was a sacred initiation center, accessible only to elite priests and nobles. There are even theories suggesting it functioned as a symbolic representation of the Inca cosmos, with its layout mirroring sacred geography and mythological concepts. What deeply unsettles modern scholars is how seamlessly Machu Picchu integrates architecture, landscape, astronomy, and belief. Nothing feels accidental. The mountains surrounding the city were considered sacred beings, or apis, and the city appears deliberately positioned to align with them. From certain vantage points, the mountains frame temples and plazas in ways that feel intentional, almost theatrical. This suggests that the Inca were not imposing structures onto nature, but collaborating with it, shaping stone and space to reflect a worldview where the natural and spiritual were inseparable. There are also striking similarities between Inca stonework and that of much older megalithic sites around the world. Polygonal masonry, seismic resistance, and precision fitting appear in places separated by vast distances and time periods. While mainstream archaeology attributes this to independent innovation, the resemblance continues to fuel speculation about shared knowledge or lost techniques. The Inca themselves claimed their ancestors learned sacred knowledge from gods who emerged from the earth or sky. While such stories are often dismissed as myth, they may preserve symbolic memory of knowledge passed down through generations. Machu Picchu ultimately forces us to confront a difficult reality. Technological advancement is not a straight line, and sophistication does not always leave behind blueprints or textbooks. The Inca achieved engineering feats that still puzzle experts, yet much of their knowledge vanished within a few generations of conquest. What was not written down was easily destroyed, misunderstood, or forgotten. This loss reminds us how fragile human knowledge truly is. Standing at Machu Picchu as the clouds roll in and out, revealing and concealing the stone city in slow motion, it becomes clear why this place continues to haunt us. It does not simply represent a lost city, it represents lost understanding. The Inca did not fail to build something lasting. They succeeded too well, creating a place that still stands strong while the explanations for its existence have crumbled. Machu Picchu remains a silent challenge to modern science, a reminder that ancient civilizations may have known more than we assume, and that some of their greatest achievements were never meant to be fully explained, only experienced. Far out in the Pacific Ocean, thousands of kilometers from the nearest continent, there is a small, isolated island that feels almost unreal. Rapa Nui, commonly known as Easter Island, is one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth. When European explorers first arrived there in the 18th century, they were met with a sight so strange that it immediately sparked confusion and disbelief. Scattered across the island were hundreds of massive stone statues, some standing upright, others toppled, many staring silently toward the interior of the land. These figures, known as the moai, were not crude carvings or random monuments. They were carefully sculpted, uniform in style, and often weighed tens of tons. The question that stunned explorers then, and continues to trouble scientists now, is how and why a small, isolated population created something so enormous and so demanding. The moai are not small statues. Many stand over 30 feet tall, and the largest unfinished example would have weighed more than 80 tons if completed. They were carved from volcanic tuff, extracted from a single quarry known as Reino Raraku. This alone raises difficult questions. Quarrying stone of that size is a challenge even with modern tools, yet the people of Rapa Nui had no metal tools, no wheeled vehicles, and no large draft animals. They worked with stone tools, carving directly into the volcanic rock, shaping massive figures with elongated faces, heavy brows, and solemn expressions. The precision and consistency of these statues suggest not experimentation, but a long-established tradition guided by rules and shared knowledge. Once carved, the statues had to be transported across the island. Some were moved several kilometers from the quarry to their final positions on stone platforms called ahu. The terrain is uneven, rocky, and in places steep. For centuries, no one could agree on how this was done. Early theories suggested that the islanders used logs as rollers, dragging the statues horizontally. This idea, however, created a new mystery. If the islanders cut down large numbers of trees to move the statues, it could explain the island's deforestation. But this explanation also implies a level of ecological self-destruction that feels too simple, almost convenient. More recent experiments have shown that statues could be moved upright using ropes, rocking them side to side in a controlled walking motion. This method appears plausible and aligns with local oral traditions that say the moai walked to their destinations. Yet even this explanation requires careful coordination, advanced planning, and a deep understanding of balance and physics. Moving a 50-ton statue without breaking it, without modern materials, and without written instructions remains an extraordinary feat. The fact that it was done repeatedly suggests a society with strong organization and shared purpose. What makes the moai even more unsettling is their placement and orientation. Most face inland, not out to sea as one might expect. This has led researchers to believe the statues represented ancestors, watching over villages and farmland. In Rapa Nui belief, ancestors held spiritual power, known as mana, which could protect and sustain the living. The moai were not idols in the modern sense, but vessels of presence and authority. Their eyes, once inlaid with coral and obsidian, would have given them a striking, almost living appearance. When these eyes were placed, the statues were considered activated, transformed from stone into spiritual guardians. The construction of the Ahu platforms adds another layer of mystery. These platforms are massive, precisely assembled stone structures that required significant labor and engineering skill. Some include seawalls built to withstand powerful ocean waves, while others incorporate carefully fitted stones similar to those seen in distant ancient cultures. The effort invested in these platforms suggests that the statues were only part of a larger ceremonial landscape, one that organized space, belief, and community life around ancestral power. Then comes the collapse. By the time Europeans arrived, many Moai had been deliberately toppled. The island's population had dramatically declined, and social structures appeared fractured. Traditional narratives describe a society that overexploited its resources, cut down its forests, and spiraled into conflict and starvation. This story became a cautionary tale of ecological disaster, often cited as a warning about unsustainable behavior. But recent research has complicated this picture. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Rapa Nui people adapted to environmental changes more effectively than previously believed. They developed rock gardens to enrich poor soil, used clever agricultural techniques to conserve moisture, and managed resources carefully over long periods. The idea that they blindly destroyed their own environment is increasingly questioned. Instead, external factors such as European contact, disease, slave raids, and colonial exploitation appear to have played a far more devastating role in the island's collapse than internal mismanagement. This reframing raises an uncomfortable possibility. What if the toppling of the Moai was not the result of chaos and ignorance, but a deliberate cultural act? Some scholars believe that as social or religious systems changed, statues associated with old power structures were intentionally brought down. This kind of ritual destruction is seen in many cultures undergoing transformation. If true, the fallen Moai are not symbols of failure, but of transition, marking the end of one worldview and the uncertain beginning of another. Another lingering mystery lies beneath the ground. Many Moai that appear to be only heads are actually full-bodied statues buried up to their necks over centuries of sediment accumulation. Their bodies are carved with petroglyphs and symbols that were hidden for generations. These markings suggest layers of meaning that were never meant to be immediately visible, reinforcing the idea that the Moai were part of a complex symbolic system rather than mere displays of craftsmanship. There are also unresolved questions about how knowledge was transmitted on Rapa Nui. With no written language, all techniques, rituals, and history were passed down orally. This makes the consistency of Moai construction even more remarkable. It implies rigorous training, strict cultural norms, and perhaps specialized roles within society. Knowledge was not casual, it was protected, preserved, and embodied in stone. When the social fabric unraveled under external pressure, much of this knowledge vanished with it. Standing among the Moai today, one feels a powerful silence. These statues were not meant to be ruins. They were meant to stand, to watch, to participate in the lives of the people who built them. Their expressions are calm, almost detached, as if they are aware of something beyond human time. Modern science can measure their weight, analyze their stone, and test theories of transport, but it still struggles to fully explain the cultural force that drove an entire society to devote so much of its energy to these figures. Rapa Nui challenges the assumption that isolation limits complexity. Against all odds, a small population on a remote island created one of the most ambitious monumental traditions in human history. They did so without external influence, without advanced technology, and without leaving behind clear explanations. What remains are questions carved into stone, staring back at us across centuries. The Moai do not tell us what to think, but they force us to reconsider what ancient societies were capable of. They remind us that human ingenuity does not require modern tools, only shared belief and purpose. And perhaps most unsettling of all, they suggest that some of the greatest achievements of the past were never meant to be understood by outsiders. They were meant to belong to a specific place, a specific people, and a specific moment in time. Everything else is interpretation, and the mystery remains standing, silent, and unresolved. On a quiet plateau in southeastern Turkey, far from the grand temples of Egypt or the ruined cities of Mesopotamia, lies a site that has forced historians and archaeologists to reconsider almost everything they thought they knew about the origins of civilization. For decades, this place went unnoticed, dismissed as a natural hill with scattered stones. When it was finally excavated, what emerged from the earth was not a simple settlement, but something far more disturbing to conventional timelines. Göbekli Tepe is older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, and older than agriculture itself. And yet, it displays an architectural and symbolic sophistication that should not exist according to traditional models of human development. Göbekli Tepe dates back more than 11,500 years, to a time when humans are believed to have lived as small bands of hunter-gatherers, constantly moving in search of food. According to mainstream history, such societies lacked the organization, resources, and motivation to build large-scale monuments. Permanent structures, complex rituals, and monumental architecture were supposed to come later, after farming created surplus food and stable communities. Göbekli Tepe turns that logic upside down. Here, massive stone circles were constructed long before the invention of pottery, metal tools, or domesticated crops. At the heart of the site are enormous T-shaped limestone pillars, some standing over 16 feet tall and weighing up to 20 tons. These pillars were not randomly placed. They were arranged in carefully designed circular enclosures, with two central pillars dominating each space. The stones were quarried, transported, carved, and erected with astonishing precision. This alone would be remarkable, but what truly unsettles researchers is the level of artistry carved into these pillars. Reliefs of animals cover their surfaces, including lions, foxes, snakes, scorpions, vultures, and boars. The carvings are dynamic, detailed, and symbolic, suggesting a shared visual language and belief system. Even more striking is the fact that some of the pillars appear to be stylized human figures. Arms and hands are carved in low relief along the sides, and belts or loincloths are visible at the base. These are not abstract decorations. They imply representation, identity, and meaning. The pillars may symbolize powerful beings, ancestors, or deities. If this interpretation is correct, Göbekli Tepe represents one of the earliest known religious or ceremonial centers in human history. This raises a deeply uncomfortable question. How did belief systems complex enough to inspire such construction arise before settled life? There is no evidence of permanent habitation at Göbekli Tepe. No houses, no hearths, no trash pits filled with daily domestic waste. This was not a village. It appears to have been a destination, a place people traveled to for specific purposes. That implies coordination across large areas, shared rituals among different groups, and a reason compelling enough to draw people together repeatedly over generations. The site was used and rebuilt over centuries, with older enclosures deliberately buried and new ones constructed on top. This burial was not accidental. The enclosures were carefully filled in, as if intentionally closed. This act of burial is one of the most haunting aspects of Göbekli Tepe. Why would a society invest enormous effort into building monumental stone structures, only to deliberately bury them? The fill material includes animal bones, stone tools, and debris, suggesting ritual closure rather than abandonment. Some researchers believe this reflects a cyclical worldview, where sacred spaces had life cycles similar to living beings. Others suggest it marks shifts in belief, power, or social organization. Whatever the reason, the decision to bury these structures ensured that Göbekli Tepe would remain hidden for thousands of years, preserving its mystery. The animal imagery carved into the stones adds another layer of intrigue. These are not random decorations. Certain animals appear repeatedly, while others are notably absent. Predators dominate the imagery, creatures that would have inspired fear and respect. Some carvings show scenes that resemble narratives rather than isolated symbols. A vulture lifting a human head, for example, may reflect beliefs about death and the soul. Similar imagery appears later in Neolithic sites across the region, suggesting Göbekli Tepe may have influenced a broader cultural tradition. What makes this even more unsettling is the possibility that Göbekli Tepe played a role in the very birth of agriculture. Some scholars argue that the need to support large gatherings at ritual centers like this one may have encouraged people to experiment with plant cultivation. In this view, religion did not emerge from settled life. Settled life emerged from religion. The desire to gather, to build, and to participate in shared belief may have driven humans to change their relationship with the environment in profound ways. If this is true, then Göbekli Tepe represents a turning point not just in architecture, but in human consciousness. It suggests that symbolic thinking, spiritual motivation, and large-scale cooperation existed far earlier than previously believed. The people who built this site were not simple survivalists reacting only to immediate needs. They were thinkers, planners, and visionaries, capable of organizing labor and transmitting complex ideas without writing or formal institutions. Modern excavation has revealed only a small fraction of the site. Geophysical surveys indicate that many more stone circles remain buried beneath the surface. This means that what we see today is only a glimpse of a much larger complex. Each new discovery raises more questions than answers. How many people were involved? Where did they come from? How were decisions made? Who led these efforts, and why did others follow? The tools used to carve the pillars were simple stone implements, yet the craftsmanship rivals much later civilizations. This challenges the assumption that technological sophistication must precede artistic or symbolic complexity. Göbekli Tepe suggests the opposite may be true. Meaning may have come first, shaping technology rather than resulting from it. There is also an unsettling silence surrounding Göbekli Tepe. Unlike later civilizations, there are no written records, no myths recorded in text, no names of gods or kings. Everything we infer comes from stone, soil, and pattern. This forces modern researchers to confront the limits of interpretation. We can measure and date, but meaning remains elusive. The site resists simple explanation, as if deliberately designed to exist outside conventional narratives. Standing at Göbekli Tepe today, surrounded by massive stones that predate recorded history, one feels a strange reversal of perspective. This is not humanity's beginning in a crude, fumbling sense. This is humanity already reaching upward, already capable of abstraction, cooperation, and awe. It suggests that the roots of civilization are far deeper and more mysterious than once believed. Göbekli Tepe does not offer comfort. It destabilizes timelines, questions assumptions, and opens doors that cannot easily be closed. If people could build this before farming, before cities, before writing, then what else may have existed and been lost? How many other sites remain buried, erased by time, waiting to challenge what we think we know? In the end, Göbekli Tepe stands as a silent witness to a forgotten chapter of human history. It reminds us that knowledge does not always move forward in a straight line. Sometimes it appears suddenly, brilliantly, and then disappears, leaving behind only stone and unanswered questions. Modern science can describe Göbekli Tepe, but it cannot fully explain it. And perhaps that is what makes it so powerful. It is not just an ancient structure. It is a reminder that the story of humanity is far older, deeper, and more mysterious than we are prepared to admit. In the fertile Bekaa Valley of modern-day Lebanon, surrounded by mountains and crossed by ancient trade routes, stands a site so heavy, so massive, and so defiant of explanation that even today engineers hesitate before trying to explain it with confidence. Baalbek is not subtle. It does not hide beneath jungle or sink quietly into sand. It announces itself through scale alone. Colossal stone blocks, some weighing hundreds of tons, form the foundation of a Roman temple complex that was already ancient when the Romans arrived. The question that refuses to go away is not who used Baalbek, but who truly built it, how they moved its stones, and why they chose to work on a scale that borders on the absurd. The most famous structure at Baalbek is the Temple of Jupiter, once one of the largest religious buildings in the Roman world. Its remaining columns still tower over the landscape, each carved from single pieces of stone taller than most buildings. But the real mystery lies beneath these visible ruins, in the foundation platform known as the trilithon. Here, 3 limestone blocks sit side by side, each estimated to weigh around 800 to 1,000 tons. To put that into perspective, these stones weigh more than a fully loaded modern aircraft. Even today, moving such blocks would require specialized machinery, reinforced transport routes, and precise coordination. The ancient builders had none of these. Just a short distance away lies the quarry where these stones were cut. One block, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighs an estimated 1,000 tons and was left unfinished. Even more astonishing, recently discovered stones nearby may weigh as much as 1,600 tons. These are the largest known stones ever quarried by humans. The quarry proves that the stones were cut intentionally, not naturally formed, and that the builders were fully capable of working at this unimaginable scale. What it does not explain is how these stones were transported uphill, positioned with millimeter-level precision, and integrated into a foundation that has remained stable for thousands of years. Traditional explanations often suggest the Romans were responsible, using ramps, rollers, and massive labor forces. However, this explanation begins to weaken under closer scrutiny. Roman construction, while advanced, rarely involved stones of this size. Throughout the empire, Romans preferred smaller blocks that could be moved efficiently and standardized across projects. Baalbek is an extreme outlier. Even more puzzling is the fact that the trilithon stones are not part of the visible Roman temple walls. They form a deeper foundation layer, suggesting they were already in place before Roman construction began. Historical records hint that Baalbek was considered sacred long before Roman times. The name itself is thought to derive from the Canaanite god Baal, associated with storms, fertility, and the sky. Later cultures layered their own beliefs onto the site, transforming it into a center of worship for different deities across centuries. This pattern of reuse suggests continuity of sacred significance, not a sudden Roman invention. The Romans may have inherited an ancient platform whose origins were already lost to time. The precision of the stonework deepens the mystery. The trilithon blocks are cut so cleanly and fitted so tightly that their seams are barely visible. The surfaces are smooth, flat, and level, suggesting advanced stoneworking techniques. The blocks are aligned with such accuracy that modern surveys show deviations of only a few millimeters across tens of meters. Achieving this without modern measuring instruments, cranes, or cutting tools challenges conventional understanding of ancient engineering. Even more unsettling is the choice to use stones of this size at all. Smaller blocks could have achieved the same structural purpose with far less effort. The decision to use megaliths appears deliberate, symbolic, almost excessive. This suggests that Baalbek was not just a functional platform, but a statement of power, permanence, and perhaps divine connection. In many ancient cultures, size was directly linked to sacred authority. The heavier the stone, the closer it was believed to be to the eternal forces of the earth. Some researchers have proposed that the stones were moved using a combination of sledges, rollers, lubrication, and human labor, possibly aided by clever manipulation of terrain. While theoretically possible, no experimental reconstruction has successfully demonstrated the movement and placement of stones anywhere near this size using ancient methods. The absence of tool marks associated with dragging or rolling further complicates these theories. The stones appear to have been lifted and placed rather than dragged, a process that would require lifting capacity far beyond known ancient technology. This gap in explanation has led to more controversial ideas. Some suggest that the builders possessed lost engineering knowledge, techniques that were never recorded or were deliberately forgotten. Others point to similarities between Baalbek and other megalithic sites around the world, noting common features such as massive stone blocks, precision fitting, and seismic resilience. While mainstream archaeology attributes these similarities to independent innovation, the recurrence of such techniques across distant cultures continues to provoke debate. Adding to the mystery is the site's resilience. Baalbek has endured earthquakes, invasions, and centuries of reuse. The Roman columns have fallen, walls have crumbled, but the megalithic foundation remains remarkably intact. This suggests that whoever built the trilithon understood not only how to move massive stones, but how to engineer them for long-term stability. Modern engineers acknowledge that larger stones, when properly placed, can provide superior resistance to seismic activity. If so, Baalbek's builders were not just showing off their power. They were building with deep geological awareness. The silence of historical records is perhaps the most frustrating aspect of Baalbek. No texts describe the quarrying or placement of the trilithon stones. No inscriptions credit their builders. Later civilizations simply accepted the platform as a given, building on top of it without explaining its origins. This silence creates a strange inversion of history, where the most impressive part of the site is the least documented. Standing at Baalbek today, one is struck by a sense of disproportion. The scale feels almost inhuman. The stones do not feel designed for human convenience, but for something larger, something intended to endure far beyond a single generation. This feeling has fueled myths of giants, gods, and lost civilizations. While such explanations fall outside scientific consensus, they reflect a human instinct to match extraordinary achievements with extraordinary agents. What Baalbek ultimately represents is a boundary. It marks the edge of what modern science can comfortably explain using existing models of ancient technology. It does not mean that supernatural explanations are required, but it does suggest that our understanding of ancient capabilities is incomplete. There may have been techniques, organizational structures, or knowledge systems that left little physical trace beyond the stones themselves. Baalbek forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. History is written not only by what is preserved, but by what is lost. If advanced knowledge existed and was never recorded, or was recorded in perishable materials, it could vanish almost completely within a few generations. What remains would look impossible to later observers, stripped of its context. The stones of Baalbek do not explain themselves. They simply exist, heavy, silent, and defiant. They challenge assumptions about progress, reminding us that ancient people were not necessarily less capable, only different in how they expressed knowledge and power. Baalbek stands as a reminder that the past is not a simple ladder of improvement leading to the present, but a landscape filled with peaks and valleys, some of which rise so high that even modern understanding struggles to reach them. In the end, Baalbek is not just an archaeological site. It is a question carved in stone, one that has endured longer than empires. And until we can fully explain how and why those stones were moved, placed, and preserved, that question will continue to weigh heavily on the story of human civilization. High on the windswept plains of Bolivia, near the edge of Lake Titicaca, lies a site that feels less like a ruin and more like the aftermath of something unfinished, interrupted, or deliberately dismantled. Puma Punku does not rise proudly like a pyramid, nor does it dominate the landscape with towering columns. Instead, it appears scattered, broken, and strangely precise all at once, as if an advanced architectural system was violently taken apart and strewn across the ground. To many who visit for the first time, the confusion is immediate. The stones look modern. Too modern. Sharp angles, perfectly straight cuts, drill-like holes, and interlocking blocks lie exposed to the elements, silently challenging everything we think we know about ancient engineering. Puma Punku is part of the larger Tiwanaku complex, a civilization that flourished long before the Inca, reaching its height over 1,000 years ago. Tiwanaku itself is mysterious enough, but Puma Punku stands apart even within this enigmatic culture. The site consists of massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, carved with such precision that they resemble machine-made components. The most famous of these are the H-shaped blocks, designed to interlock seamlessly with one another, forming modular structures that could be assembled with remarkable stability. The uniformity of these blocks suggests standardization, a concept typically associated with industrial societies, not ancient ones working with stone tools. The stones used at Pumapunku come from different quarries, some located over 90 kilometers away. Transporting such massive blocks across uneven terrain at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters above sea level would be a monumental challenge even today. There are no large forests nearby to supply logs for rollers, no evidence of wheeled transport, and no draft animals capable of hauling such weight. The thin air alone makes sustained heavy labor extremely difficult. Yet the stones were moved, shaped, and positioned with extraordinary accuracy. What truly unsettles engineers and archaeologists alike is the level of precision. Measurements taken from the stone blocks reveal right angles that deviate by less than a fraction of a degree. Grooves, slots, and holes are repeated with near-identical dimensions across multiple blocks, suggesting the use of templates or measuring systems far more advanced than simple estimation. Some holes appear to be drilled at consistent depths and angles, raising questions about the tools used to create them. Copper tools, often cited as the most advanced metal available to the Tiwanaku, would struggle to produce such results in hard andesite stone without leaving irregular marks. The stone surfaces themselves tell a strange story. Many blocks display smooth, flat faces with crisp edges that look almost polished. The joints between stones are so tight that even today, it can be difficult to slide a piece of paper between them. This level of finish is not commonly seen in other ancient sites from the same period. It suggests not only advanced craftsmanship, but also a deep understanding of geometry and material behavior. These stones were not shaped by trial and error. They were executed according to a clear plan. The layout of Pumapunku adds another layer of mystery. The site appears to have been carefully aligned, possibly with astronomical or geographical reference points. Some researchers believe the complex was oriented to solar events, while others suggest alignments with nearby mountains considered sacred. What complicates matters is the current state of disarray. Many stones appear to have been thrown from their original positions, flipped upside down, or broken apart. The destruction does not look like natural decay alone. It feels sudden, violent, and intentional. Mainstream archaeology often attributes the damage to earthquakes, noting that the region is seismically active. While earthquakes could explain some displacement, they struggle to account for the systematic scattering and breakage observed at Pumapunku. Some blocks appear to have been fractured with such force that they split cleanly along stress lines, something more consistent with deliberate dismantling or catastrophic impact than gradual collapse. This has led to speculation that the site was destroyed during a period of upheaval, either social or environmental. Another mystery lies in the purpose of Pumapunku. Unlike temples or palaces, its function is not immediately clear. There are no obvious residential areas, no clear ceremonial chambers, and no definitive iconography explaining its use. Some believe it was a ceremonial gateway, a symbolic entrance to a sacred precinct. Others argue it may have served as a kind of architectural workshop or prototype site, where standardized blocks were produced for use elsewhere. The modular nature of the stones supports this idea, suggesting a system where structures could be assembled, disassembled, and modified as needed. The Tiwanaku civilization itself complicates the picture further. This was a culture with no known written language, yet it managed to organize large populations, maintain long-distance trade networks, and construct monumental architecture. Their agricultural innovations, such as raised field farming, allowed them to thrive in harsh high-altitude environments. This demonstrates intelligence, adaptability, and planning. Pumapunku, however, suggests something more. It hints at knowledge that feels out of place in time. There are also striking similarities between the stonework at Pumapunku and megalithic sites on other continents. The interlocking blocks resemble techniques seen in ancient Peru, Egypt, and even Japan. While conventional explanations emphasize independent invention, the recurrence of such precise stoneworking across distant cultures raises difficult questions. Did these societies arrive at similar solutions independently, or did knowledge travel farther and earlier than we currently acknowledge? Local legends add another dimension to the mystery. Indigenous stories speak of Puma Punku being built in a single night by gods or powerful beings, long before humans inhabited the region. While these accounts are mythological, they reflect a collective memory that even ancient people considered the site extraordinarily old and beyond human capability. The Inca themselves believed Tiwanaku was the birthplace of the world, a sacred place where creation began. They did not claim to have built it. They inherited it, revered it, and left it largely untouched. Scientific dating places the construction of Puma Punku around 500 to 600 CE, but this timeline remains debated. Some researchers argue that the site may be older, with later cultures reusing or modifying it. The absence of organic material directly associated with the stonework makes precise dating difficult. What is certain is that the sophistication of the stonework does not align comfortably with the technological profile assigned to the culture at that time. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Puma Punku is how unfinished it feels. Some stones appear to have been partially carved, as if work stopped abruptly. Others seem complete but never assembled. It is as though the builders were interrupted mid-project and never returned. This raises questions about what could have caused such an abrupt halt. Climate change, social collapse, loss of leadership, or external invasion have all been proposed, yet none fully explain the scale and suddenness implied by the site. Standing among the stones today, one feels a strange disconnect. The blocks look like components of something larger, something coherent, yet that coherence is gone. We are left with fragments of an idea, pieces of a system whose rules we no longer understand. Modern science can measure angles, analyze stone composition, and model transport methods, but it still struggles to explain how a culture without iron, without wheels, and without writing produced architecture that feels almost industrial in nature. Puma Punku challenges the assumption that technological progress follows a simple upward curve. It suggests that knowledge can appear, reach remarkable heights, and then disappear, leaving behind artifacts that seem anachronistic to later generations. It forces us to consider the possibility that ancient societies experimented with methods and ideas that were later abandoned or forgotten. In the end, Puma Punku does not offer clear answers. It offers tension. It sits at the edge of what we think is possible, daring us to either expand our understanding or dismiss what we cannot explain. The stones remain exposed to wind and sun, their sharp edges slowly softening with time, but their questions remain sharp. Puma Punku is not just a ruin of stone. It is a ruin of certainty. It reminds us that history is not complete, that the past still holds chapters we have not learned how to read, and that sometimes the most advanced ideas are not the ones that survive, but the ones that vanish, leaving only silent, perfectly cut stone behind. Deep within the jungles of Cambodia, where towering trees and tangled roots slowly reclaim stone, lies a vast architectural landscape so ambitious that it was once visible from space only after modern technology peeled back the forest canopy. Angkor is not just a temple complex. It is the skeletal remains of a megacity, one of the largest pre-industrial urban centers ever built by human hands. At its heart stands Angkor Wat, an enormous stone temple whose beauty is immediately obvious, but whose deeper engineering secrets remain unsettling even to modern scientists. What appears at first glance to be a religious monument slowly reveals itself as something far more complex, far more calculated, and far more mysterious. Angkor Wat was constructed in the early 12th century during the height of the Khmer Empire, a civilization that dominated much of Southeast Asia for centuries. The temple itself is massive, surrounded by a moat nearly 200 meters wide, with walls stretching for kilometers. Its 5 iconic towers rise like stone lotus buds, symbolizing Mount Meru, the sacred center of the universe in Hindu cosmology. Every surface is covered in intricate carvings depicting gods, celestial beings, historical events, and mythological battles. The artistic achievement alone is staggering, but the true marvel lies beneath and beyond what the eye can easily see. The city of Angkor was engineered around water. Not just symbolically, but practically, strategically, and on a scale that still astonishes hydrologists today. Vast reservoirs called barrages were constructed, some measuring several kilometers in length, connected by an elaborate network of canals, embankments, and spillways. This hydraulic system allowed the Khmer to manage seasonal monsoons, storing water during the rainy months and redistributing it during droughts. It supported intensive rice agriculture capable of feeding hundreds of thousands of people, possibly more than 1 million at its peak. What makes this system so mysterious is not merely its size, but its sophistication. The canals were carefully graded to control flow speed. Spillways prevented erosion during floods. Channels were redirected and modified over centuries, suggesting continuous monitoring and adaptive engineering. This was not a static design. It was a living system, constantly adjusted to maintain balance in an unpredictable climate. Modern engineers studying Angkor have noted that such large-scale water management would challenge even contemporary infrastructure planners, especially without modern surveying tools or mathematical modeling. Angkor Wat itself appears to have been integrated into this water network. The temple's moat was not just symbolic, representing the cosmic ocean. It also stabilized groundwater levels, protected the foundations from erosion, and possibly regulated temperature within the complex. The entire structure rests on a carefully prepared bed of sand, allowing it to shift slightly without cracking as the ground expands and contracts. This technique, similar in principle to seismic isolation used in modern construction, suggests an intuitive understanding of soil mechanics far beyond what is usually attributed to medieval societies. The precision of Angkor Wat's layout raises further questions. The temple is aligned with extraordinary accuracy to cardinal directions. During equinoxes, the sun rises directly over the central tower when viewed from the western entrance, a feat requiring long-term astronomical observation and careful planning. The proportions of the temple follow precise mathematical ratios that reflect cosmological concepts. Some researchers argue that the measurements encode calendar cycles, astronomical distances, or symbolic representations of time itself. Whether intentional or coincidental, the mathematical harmony of the structure is undeniable. Stone construction at Angkor presents its own challenges. Millions of sandstone blocks were quarried from distant sites and transported, likely via canals, to the building location. Each block was cut, shaped, and fitted without mortar, relying on gravity and precision alone. The joints are tight, the walls stable, and many structures have survived centuries of monsoons, vegetation growth, and seismic activity. Considering the scale of construction and the logistical complexity involved, Angkor represents an organizational achievement as impressive as its physical remains. Yet for all its brilliance, Angkor did not last. By the 15th century, much of the city was abandoned. Temples fell into disuse, canals clogged with sediment, and the jungle slowly reclaimed the stone. For a long time, historians attributed Angkor's decline to invasion, particularly by rival kingdoms. While conflict certainly played a role, modern research suggests a more complex and troubling explanation. Climate data extracted from tree rings and sediment cores indicate that Angkor experienced a series of severe droughts punctuated by intense monsoon floods. The very water system that once sustained the city may have become its greatest vulnerability. As climate patterns shifted, the canals and reservoirs struggled to cope with extremes they were not designed for. Attempts to modify the system may have inadvertently made it more fragile, leading to cascading failures. When water management collapsed, agriculture suffered, population declined, and the urban system unraveled. This raises a profound and unsettling idea. Angkor may represent one of the earliest examples of a technologically sophisticated society brought down not by ignorance, but by complexity itself. The system worked brilliantly under stable conditions, but became increasingly brittle as stresses accumulated. Maintaining such an enormous and intricate network required constant labor, centralized authority, and shared belief in the system's legitimacy. When those elements weakened, recovery became nearly impossible. There is also a spiritual dimension to Angkor's story. The Khmer kings were seen as divine rulers, embodiments of cosmic order. Temples were not just places of worship, but anchors of political and spiritual authority. When environmental stress undermined agricultural stability, it may also have undermined faith in the king's divine mandate. Once belief faltered, the social glue holding the empire together began to dissolve. In this sense, Angkor's collapse was not just environmental or political, but psychological. What makes Angkor particularly haunting is that it was not forgotten because it was destroyed. It was forgotten because it was left behind. The population gradually shifted south, toward regions better suited to new economic and climatic realities. Knowledge of the city faded, its canals filled in, and its temples became swallowed by forest. When European explorers encountered Angkor centuries later, they were stunned to find such grandeur hidden in the jungle, built by a civilization barely mentioned in Western historical records. Modern technology has only deepened the mystery. LiDAR surveys have revealed that Angkor was far larger than previously believed, with dense urban sprawl extending well beyond the central temples. Roads, ponds, and residential areas spread across hundreds of square kilometers. This discovery has forced historians to rethink what ancient cities looked like and how they functioned. Angkor was not a compact stone city like Rome or Athens. It was a low-density urban network integrated with its environment, blurring the line between city and landscape. Despite decades of research, many questions remain unanswered. How was such a massive workforce organized and sustained? How was knowledge transmitted across generations without widespread literacy? How did planners coordinate construction projects that spanned centuries? And perhaps most troubling of all, how much of Angkor's knowledge was lost when the city was abandoned? Walking through Angkor today, one feels a strange duality. The temples inspire awe, but they also evoke melancholy. Stone faces smile enigmatically from towers, their expressions unchanged as vines wrap around walls and roots split courtyards apart. It feels less like a ruin of failure and more like a monument to impermanence. Angkor does not scream its downfall. It whispers it, through silence, through absence, through the slow return of nature. Angkor challenges modern assumptions about progress. It shows that ancient societies could achieve extraordinary feats of engineering, urban planning, and environmental management without modern technology. At the same time, it reminds us that complexity carries risk, and that systems built to master nature can become vulnerable to its shifts. The story of Angkor is not just about the past. It is a mirror, reflecting questions that modern civilization is only beginning to confront. In the end, Angkor remains both a triumph and a warning. Its stones endure, its waterworks still faintly visible beneath the earth, but the civilization that built it has vanished into history. What remains is a silent lesson carved into the jungle floor, reminding us that even the most advanced structures can fall quiet, and that understanding the past is not just about celebrating what was built, but about learning why it was left behind. On a quiet stretch of the Salisbury Plain in southern England, where the land rolls gently beneath an open sky, stands a circle of stones that has puzzled, inspired, and unsettled humanity for centuries. Stonehenge does not rely on size alone to command attention. It relies on presence. Even today, surrounded by fences and modern roads, it feels out of place, as though it belongs to a different layer of reality. The stones stand there in deliberate silence, arranged with purpose, aligned with the heavens, and rooted in a past so distant that memory itself seems to fade around it. What makes Stonehenge so disturbing is not that it exists, but that after centuries of study, modern science still cannot fully explain why it was built, how it was constructed, or what it truly meant to the people who raised it. Stonehenge was not built all at once. It evolved over more than 1,000 years, beginning around 3000 BCE. The earliest phase was a simple circular ditch and bank, dug using tools made of antler and stone. Over time, wooden posts, burial pits, and eventually massive stones were added. This long period of construction suggests continuity of belief across generations, a shared vision strong enough to survive cultural shifts, leadership changes, and the slow passage of time. This alone challenges the idea of prehistoric societies as disorganized or short-sighted. Stonehenge was a project that outlived its builders. The stones themselves deepen the mystery. The larger sarsen stones, some weighing up to 40 tons, were sourced from the Marlborough Downs, roughly 25 kilometers away. The smaller bluestones came from the Preseli Hills in Wales, over 200 kilometers distant. Transporting stones of this size across such distances without wheels, metal tools, or draft animals defies easy explanation. Even today, moving a 40-ton stone would require cranes, trucks, and reinforced roads. The people who built Stonehenge had none of these, yet they managed not only to transport the stones, but to shape them with remarkable precision. The shaping of the stones reveals a level of craftsmanship that feels almost anachronistic. Many sarsen stones feature carefully carved mortise and tenon joints, a technique more commonly associated with woodworking. These joints allowed horizontal lintels to lock securely onto vertical stones, creating a stable ring that could withstand wind and time. This is not crude stacking. It is engineered design. The builders understood weight distribution, balance, and structural integrity at a level that seems far removed from the stereotype of primitive tribes. Astronomical alignment lies at the heart of Stonehenge's enduring fascination. The monument is precisely aligned with the movements of the sun, particularly the solstices. On the summer solstice, the sun rises directly over the heel stone, casting light into the center of the circle. On the winter solstice, the sun sets in alignment with the central axis. These events were not accidental. They required careful observation over many years, possibly generations, to identify consistent celestial patterns. This implies a deep understanding of time, seasons, and cosmic cycles. Why would ancient people invest such effort into tracking the sun? One explanation suggests Stonehenge functioned as a calendar, marking agricultural cycles critical for survival. Another proposes it was a ceremonial space, where solstices held spiritual significance tied to death, rebirth, and the renewal of life. Excavations have revealed large numbers of animal bones nearby, particularly pigs, suggesting feasting events during winter months. This supports the idea that Stonehenge was a gathering place, drawing people from across the region to participate in rituals tied to the turning of the year. Yet Stonehenge may have been more than a solar temple. Burial sites surrounding the monument indicate that it was also associated with death and remembrance. Cremated human remains have been found dating back to the earliest phases of construction. Some researchers believe Stonehenge was part of a larger sacred landscape, connected to nearby sites like Dington Walls and the River Avon through processional routes. In this interpretation, Stonehenge represented the realm of ancestors, while other sites represented the world of the living. Movement through the landscape mirrored a symbolic journey between life and death. This broader landscape view complicates the mystery rather than resolving it. The sheer scale of coordination required to construct not just Stonehenge, but an entire network of related sites, suggests a level of social organization that challenges traditional views of Neolithic Britain. Thousands of people would have been needed to quarry, transport, shape, and erect the stones, as well as to provide food, shelter, and leadership. This implies the existence of complex social structures, shared beliefs, and possibly centralized authority long before written records appear. Modern experiments attempting to recreate stone transport using ancient methods have had limited success. While it is possible to move smaller stones using sledges, ropes, and rollers, scaling these methods up to 40-ton stones across uneven terrain remains problematic. Some experiments suggest that water, ice, or greased tracks may have been used, but no definitive evidence has been found at the site. The absence of clear tool marks or transport pathways leaves the question frustratingly open. Another unsettling aspect of Stonehenge is its apparent precision. Surveys have shown that the stones are arranged in a near-perfect circle, with consistent spacing and alignment. Achieving this without metal measuring tools or written plans would require advanced geometric knowledge and careful planning. The builders likely used ropes, stakes, and sightlines, but even so, the accuracy is remarkable. This suggests that mathematical thinking was deeply embedded in the culture, not as abstract theory, but as practical, applied knowledge. There are also anomalies that resist explanation. Some stones show evidence of having been moved and repositioned multiple times. Blue stones appear to have been rearranged, removed, and reintroduced over centuries. This suggests that Stonehenge was not a finished monument, but a living one, constantly adapted to changing needs or beliefs. Why certain stones were moved and others left untouched remains unclear. It hints at shifting rituals or evolving symbolic meanings that we can no longer fully reconstruct. Legends have long attempted to fill these gaps. Medieval stories claimed that giants built Stonehenge or that the wizard Merlin transported the stones using magic. While these tales are not taken literally, they reflect an enduring sense that the monument exceeds ordinary human capability. Even people living thousands of years later struggled to imagine how it was built, attributing it to supernatural forces. This reaction itself is revealing. Stonehenge has always felt old, even to the ancients. Scientific analysis has added detail but not closure. Isotope studies of human remains suggest that people traveled from distant regions to be buried near Stonehenge, reinforcing its significance as a sacred center. Analysis of animal remains indicates seasonal gatherings. Geological studies confirm the distant origins of the bluestones. Each discovery adds another layer of complexity, painting a picture of a monument deeply embedded in social, spiritual, and environmental systems. Yet the core questions remain stubbornly unanswered. What was the driving belief behind Stonehenge? Was it a temple, a calendar, a burial ground, a healing center, or all of these at once? Some researchers propose that the bluestones were believed to have healing properties, drawing people seeking cures. Others suggest the monument encoded mythological narratives or served as a stage for rites of passage. The lack of written records means we can never be certain. Meaning must be inferred, reconstructed, and debated. Standing within the circle today, one feels an uncanny stillness. The stones do not explain themselves. They simply stand, enduring rain, wind, and time. They have outlasted the culture that built them, the languages spoken around them, and the beliefs that once animated their use. This endurance gives Stonehenge its power. It is not a ruin in the conventional sense. It is an unresolved statement. Stonehenge challenges modern assumptions about prehistoric intelligence. It shows that people without metal, writing, or machines were capable of complex planning, precise execution, and profound symbolic thought. It also reminds us that knowledge can exist without leaving clear explanations. Not everything important was written down. Some things were built, experienced, and remembered through ritual rather than text. In the end, Stonehenge remains a threshold rather than a destination. It sits at the edge of understanding, inviting interpretation but resisting final answers. Modern science can measure its stones, map its alignments, and reconstruct aspects of its construction, but it cannot fully recover the mindset of its builders. That gap, that silence between stone and explanation, is what keeps Stonehenge alive in the human imagination. It stands as a reminder that mystery is not always a problem to be solved. Sometimes it is a legacy to be respected. Stonehenge does not demand that we understand it completely. It demands that we acknowledge the depth of human history and the possibility that some of its greatest achievements were never meant to be explained in words, only witnessed in stone under an open sky. High above the Nile Valley, carved directly into the living rock of a desert mountain, there exists a place that seems frozen between worlds. Abu Simbel does not rise from the ground like most ancient monuments. It emerges from the cliff itself, as if the mountain was shaped to serve a purpose far greater than stone alone. For colossal statues of Ramses II sit at the entrance, each over 60 feet tall, staring out across the desert with an expression that feels timeless and unerringly deliberate. This is not just a temple. It is a declaration, an act of engineering so precise and symbolic that even modern science struggles to explain how it was achieved with such accuracy more than 3,000 years ago. The construction of Abu Simbel began in the 13th century BCE, during the reign of Ramses II, one of Egypt's most powerful pharaohs. At first glance, it appears to be a celebration of royal ego, a monument designed to immortalize a king's greatness. But as researchers have studied the site more closely, they have realized that Abu Simbel operates on multiple levels at once. It is political propaganda, religious architecture, astronomical instrument, and geological manipulation all combined into a single, seamless creation. What immediately distinguishes Abu Simbel from other temples is the fact that it was carved entirely from solid rock. Rather than stacking stones or building outward, ancient engineers cut inward, removing thousands of tons of sandstone to create chambers, columns, and statues from a single mountainside. This approach required absolute precision. A mistake could not be corrected by replacing a block. Every cut was final. The builders had to visualize the finished structure before the first strike of a tool, working backward from the exterior facade into the mountain's core. The tools available to the ancient Egyptians were simple by modern standards. Copper chisels, stone hammers, wooden wedges, and sand for abrasion were the primary instruments. Yet the level of symmetry and smoothness achieved inside Abu Simbel is extraordinary. Walls are straight, ceilings are level, and statues maintain consistent proportions across vast interior spaces. The deeper one moves into the temple, the more impressive the accuracy becomes, as if the builders were guided by an internal blueprint that never faltered. The most astonishing feature of Abu Simbel lies not in its size, but in its relationship with the sun. Twice a year, on dates corresponding closely to Ramses II's coronation and birthday, sunlight penetrates the temple's entrance and travels more than 60 meters through a series of chambers to illuminate the sanctuary at the back. For a brief moment, the light strikes the statues of three gods seated beside Ramses, bathing them in gold. The fourth figure, associated with the god of the underworld, remains in shadow. This event lasts only minutes, yet it has occurred with remarkable consistency for over 3 millennia. Achieving this alignment required more than symbolic intention. It demanded precise astronomical observation, mathematical calculation, and architectural execution. The angle of the temple, the depth of the chambers, and the placement of each statue had to be exact. Even a deviation of a few centimeters would have caused the light to miss its target. The fact that this alignment still functions today suggests an understanding of solar movement and seasonal variation that rivals modern astronomical planning. What makes this even more unsettling is that the Earth's axial tilt changes slightly over time, and yet the alignment has remained largely intact. This suggests that the builders accounted for long-term celestial stability, or that their calculations were so accurate that small variations did not significantly disrupt the effect. Either possibility implies a level of foresight rarely attributed to ancient cultures. Abu Simbel was also strategically placed near Egypt's southern border, serving as a psychological statement of power to neighboring Nubian territories. The colossal statues were meant to intimidate and awe, projecting the image of divine kingship beyond Egypt's core. But this political message was inseparable from spiritual meaning. Ramses II is depicted not merely as a ruler, but as a god among gods, seated alongside divine figures within the sanctuary itself. The temple asserts that cosmic order, political authority, and natural cycles were all unified under the pharaoh's rule. The interior walls of Abu Simbel are covered in detailed reliefs depicting battles, rituals, and offerings. The most famous scenes show Ramses at the Battle of Kadesh, exaggerated to portray him as a lone hero defeating vast enemy forces. While historians recognize these scenes as propaganda, their presence within a temple aligned to cosmic events suggests something deeper. These carvings were not simply historical records. They were myth-making devices, reinforcing the idea that Ramses' victories were ordained by the universe itself. Perhaps the most extraordinary chapter in Abu Simbel's story occurred not in ancient times, but in the 20th century. When the construction of the Aswan High Dam threatened to flood the temple under Lake Nasser, an unprecedented international effort was launched to save it. Engineers carefully cut the entire monument into massive blocks, some weighing over 30 tons, and relocated it to higher ground, reassembling it with astonishing accuracy. The fact that modern engineers struggled to match the original precision highlights just how advanced the ancient design truly was. Even after relocation, the solar alignment still functions, shifted by only a single day. This slight change has sparked renewed debate about the original builder's calculations. Some researchers argue that the original alignment may have been even more precise before relocation, suggesting that the ancient design was flawless within its original context. Abu Simbel also raises uncomfortable questions about how ancient knowledge was preserved and transmitted. There are no surviving texts that describe the planning process, the calculations, or the construction methods used. This knowledge appears to have existed in practice rather than theory, passed down through skilled craftsmen, priests, and architects whose names are largely lost to history. When that chain of transmission broke, the methods disappeared with it. Standing inside the sanctuary during the solar illumination event is a deeply unsettling experience. The temple feels alive, as if it was designed not just to be seen, but to perform. Light becomes a ritual participant, moving deliberately through darkness to reveal divine presence. This dynamic use of architecture challenges modern assumptions about ancient buildings as static objects. Abu Simbel was designed to interact with time itself. The deeper implication of Abu Simbel is that ancient civilizations may have possessed a level of integrated knowledge that modern disciplines separate into categories. Astronomy, theology, politics, and engineering were not distinct fields. They were expressions of a single worldview in which the universe was ordered, meaningful, and responsive to human action. The temple does not just reflect belief. It enacts it. Abu Simbel's endurance is a reminder that stone can outlast memory, but not meaning entirely. Even stripped of its original cultural context, the monument still communicates intention, precision, and ambition. It forces modern observers to confront the possibility that ancient societies were not merely experimenting blindly, but working within sophisticated frameworks of understanding that we have yet to fully reconstruct. In the end, Abu Simbel is not simply a monument to Ramses II. It is a monument to human capability, to the idea that knowledge does not always advance in straight lines. It can peak, stabilize, and vanish, leaving behind achievements that seem impossible only because we no longer remember how they were done. The mountain still holds its silence. The statues still watch the horizon. And twice a year, as the sun enters the heart of stone, the ancient message repeats itself without words. Power, belief, and the cosmos were once aligned by human hands, and the evidence still stands, carved into rock, daring modern science to explain not just how it was built, but how such understanding ever existed at all. In the remote mountains of Peru, where the Andes rise like colossal giants that have been watching the world for eons, lies a mystery that defies all logic and challenges conventional understanding of ancient engineering. This place is known as Sacsayhuaman, an ancient stone fortress whose construction techniques and purpose continue to baffle archaeologists and historians alike. What makes Sacsayhuaman particularly unsettling is not just its size or its location, but the sheer scale and precision of its construction. The massive stones that form the walls of this fortress are so tightly interlocked that even the thinnest piece of paper cannot slide between them. In fact, the stones fit so perfectly that they have withstood centuries of earthquakes, a phenomenon that has obliterated many other ancient structures across the globe. Sacsayhuaman, located near the city of Cusco, the ancient capital of the Inca Empire, was constructed during the reign of the Inca Emperor Pachacuti in the 15th century. At first glance, the site appears to be a typical fortress, but as one gets closer and begins to study the construction, it becomes clear that something far more extraordinary was happening here. The walls are composed of massive stones, some weighing as much as 100 tons, and the precision with which they are cut and placed seems impossible for the time. These stones are not simply stacked on top of one another, they are carved with such exacting measurements that they fit together in a seamless pattern that appears almost mechanical in its precision. One of the most striking features of Sacsayhuaman is the way the stones are arranged. The walls are not straight, but instead, they follow a complex, serpentine pattern, curving in and out with an almost organic flow. The Inca were known for their exceptional skills in stonework, but this level of artistry and precision goes far beyond what was traditionally thought possible for a society without iron tools, cranes, or modern machinery. The stones were not only cut to fit together perfectly, but they were also shaped in such a way that they could move and adjust slightly during seismic activity. This phenomenon has baffled engineers, who have marveled at the ability of the Inca to construct a building that could withstand earthquakes without crumbling. But the most unsettling aspect of Sacsayhuaman is the fact that modern scholars still cannot explain how these massive stones were transported to the site. The quarry from which these stones were sourced is located several miles away from the fortress, and the Inca had no known system of wheels or animals that could have been used to haul such massive weights across rough, mountainous terrain. Some have proposed that the stones were transported by a vast network of human laborers using ropes and sledges, but this explanation fails to account for the sheer scale of the project. Others have suggested that the Inca may have used a system of log rollers, but again, the size and weight of the stones make this idea difficult to believe. There is no evidence of tracks, roads, or other infrastructure that would have been necessary to move such large stones, and yet the fortress was built with materials sourced from distant quarries with stunning precision. Another mystery surrounding Sacsayhuaman is the exact purpose of the site. While it is commonly believed to have been a fortress, there are no records to confirm this theory. The Inca were a deeply religious people, and many of their architectural projects had spiritual significance. Some researchers argue that Sacsayhuaman was not a fortress at all, but rather a ceremonial center, perhaps even a site for rituals related to the sun, moon, or the Andean gods. The shape of the walls, the astronomical alignments, and the symbolic carvings found at the site suggest that it may have been a place of worship, where the Inca conducted rituals to appease the gods and ensure the prosperity of their empire. Other scholars propose that the fortress was part of a larger complex of buildings that served as a center for administration, governance, and trade, further complicating the mystery of its purpose. Sacsayhuaman's connection to the city of Cusco also adds another layer of intrigue. The Inca capital was carefully planned and laid out, with streets that followed precise alignments to the cardinal directions, and it is thought that many of the most important buildings and temples were oriented with astronomical events in mind. The city of Cusco itself was believed to be the center of the world, and the Inca Empire was constructed around this sacred space. Sacsayhuaman's proximity to Cusco suggests that it may have had a central role in the religious, political, or astronomical activities of the Inca, but its exact function remains unclear. What makes Sacsayhuaman even more mysterious is the fact that the Inca, despite their incredible achievements, left no written records of their activities. Unlike the Egyptians, whose hieroglyphic texts provide a detailed record of their history and accomplishments, the Inca relied on oral tradition to pass down knowledge. This means that much of their history, including the purpose of many of their most impressive structures, has been lost to time. The absence of written records only deepens the mystery surrounding Sacsayhuaman and other Inca sites, as modern scholars are left to piece together fragments of information from archaeological findings and oral histories that have survived. Despite these challenges, researchers have made a number of significant discoveries at Sacsayhuaman that suggest a deep understanding of geometry, engineering, and astronomy. The site is filled with carvings of animals, celestial symbols, and geometric patterns that reflect the Incas' sophisticated knowledge of the natural world. Some of these carvings seem to align with celestial events such as the solstices, while others depict animals that held spiritual significance in Inca culture. These carvings provide some insight into the religious and ceremonial practices of the Inca, but they do little to clarify the function of the site itself. The ongoing mystery of Sacsayhuaman has led some to speculate that the Inca may have had access to advanced knowledge or techniques that were lost over time. Some researchers have even suggested that the Inca could have had contact with other ancient civilizations, such as those in Egypt, the Near East, or even Mesoamerica, whose stoneworking techniques appear strikingly similar. While there is no concrete evidence to support this theory, the similarities between Inca stonework and the construction techniques found in other parts of the world have fueled speculation about the exchange of knowledge between distant cultures. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence that supports the idea of lost knowledge is the fact that many of the most impressive Inca structures, including Sacsayhuaman, were constructed with such extraordinary precision that they have stood the test of time, despite centuries of earthquakes, natural disasters, and human interference. The Inca were known for their advanced knowledge of architecture and engineering, but the precision and durability of their stonework suggest that they possessed a level of expertise that we have yet to fully understand. What is even more unsettling is the fact that much of the Incas' knowledge seems to have been deliberately erased. When the Spanish arrived in the Andes in the 16th century, they quickly destroyed much of the Incas' infrastructure, burned their libraries, and erased their history. This brutal conquest left the Inca with little opportunity to record their knowledge or preserve their cultural legacy. Today, much of what we know about the Inca comes from the accounts of the Spanish conquistadors, who often misunderstood or deliberately distorted the truth. As a result, we are left with a distorted view of one of the most advanced and mysterious civilizations in history. Sacsayhuaman is not just a monument to Inca power, it is a monument to their enigma. The precision of its construction, the mystery of its purpose, and the unexplained methods by which it was built all contribute to a sense of awe and wonder that continues to captivate researchers and visitors alike. It is a site that challenges our understanding of ancient technology, craftsmanship, and culture, and it forces us to ask uncomfortable questions about the limits of human knowledge and the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the earth. In the end, Sacsayhuaman remains a testament to the extraordinary achievements of the Inca, a civilization that mastered stone and harnessed the power of the earth itself to create a monument that has stood for centuries. Yet it is also a reminder that there are still many mysteries in our world that we have yet to solve. The stones of Sacsayhuaman continue to watch over the landscape, silent and implacable, as if daring us to discover their secrets, one layer at a time. Nestled in the remote reaches of the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico lies a structure so iconic, so haunting, that it has captured the fascination of historians, archaeologists, and adventurers for centuries. The pyramids of Chichen Itza stand as a testament to the brilliance and complexity of the ancient Maya civilization. The centerpiece of this monumental city is El Castillo, also known as the Temple of Kukulkan, a pyramid that rises over 30 meters above the ground and is steeped in mystery, science, and mythology. For all of its grandeur, what sets Chichen Itza apart is not just its imposing presence, but the chilling precision with which it reflects the Mayas' understanding of astronomy, geometry, and the passage of time. At first glance, the pyramid seems like any other temple structure, a stone monument to a lost civilization. However, as you move closer and observe the design more carefully, the sophistication of the structure begins to unfold. El Castillo is not merely a physical structure, it is an astronomical instrument, a calendar in stone. Each side of the pyramid has 91 steps, and when counted together with the top platform, they total 365, the exact number of days in a solar year. This subtle yet brilliant design is a reflection of the Mayas' keen observation of celestial bodies and their understanding of time's cyclical nature. But the true mystery of El Castillo lies not just in the number of steps or the alignment of its sides. Twice a year, during the spring and autumn equinoxes, something extraordinary happens. As the sun sets on the horizon, the pyramid casts a shadow on its northern staircase that creates the illusion of a serpent slithering down the stairs. This phenomenon, known as the descent of Kukulkan, is a stunning visual spectacle that marks the seasonal change and aligns perfectly with the mythology surrounding the feathered serpent god Kukulkan. It's a moment that demonstrates the Mayas' incredible understanding of solar cycles and their ability to synchronize human structures with natural events. The fact that this visual effect has remained intact for centuries, even in the face of environmental and human disruption, speaks to the precision of its design. This celestial alignment is not merely symbolic. The Maya were skilled astronomers who tracked the movements of planets, the sun, and the stars with an accuracy that still astonishes modern scientists. The positioning of El Castillo was deliberate, with its sides oriented to the cardinal points, ensuring that the pyramid was not just a symbol of divine power, but also an instrument for measuring and aligning with the cosmos. The Maya did not see the sky as a distant, untouchable realm. Instead, they viewed it as a space intimately connected to the rhythms of life on Earth, with the movements of celestial bodies affecting everything from agriculture to warfare. Chichen Itza was more than just a place of worship or political power. It was a center of knowledge, a hub where priests, mathematicians, and astronomers could observe the stars and planets, make calculations, and plan agricultural cycles based on the seasons. The Pyramid of Kukulkan was at the heart of this knowledge, functioning as both a temple and an observatory. The Maya's deep understanding of the heavens influenced every aspect of their lives, from the design of their cities to their ritual practices. The city of Chichen Itza itself was laid out with a deliberate connection to the celestial realm. Buildings were aligned with the movements of Venus, the Sun, and other important celestial bodies, creating a spatial relationship between the city and the cosmos. But Chichen Itza's mysteries go beyond its astronomical precision. The city is home to numerous other structures that continue to baffle archaeologists. The Great Ball Court, the largest and most impressive of its kind in the Americas, is a prime example of the city's complexity. The court, where the Maya played the Mesoamerican ballgame, is flanked by towering walls that are adorned with intricate carvings and reliefs depicting the players and their interactions with the gods. But what is most intriguing is the acoustics of the court. The sound in the ball court is unlike any other place in the city. Standing at one end of the court and speaking in a normal voice, the sound echoes across the entire length of the field. This acoustic phenomenon has led some researchers to suggest that the ball court was not merely a place for sport, but a site for ceremonial events where the act of playing the game held spiritual significance. In addition to the ball court, Chichen Itza contains a number of other structures, each with its own mysteries. The Temple of the Warriors, for example, features hundreds of carved columns, each depicting warriors and mythological figures. The Temple of the Seven Dolls is another structure with a unique name and symbolism, and its purpose is still debated. Throughout Chichen Itza, the Maya's artistic and architectural achievements are on full display, from the detailed carvings to the imposing facades of their temples. Yet, despite all of the discoveries that have been made over the years, much of the site's history remains elusive. One of the most puzzling aspects of Chichen Itza is the sudden disappearance of the city. Around the 10th century, Chichen Itza, once a thriving metropolis, was mysteriously abandoned. The reasons for its decline remain unclear, with some suggesting that environmental factors, such as drought, may have played a role. The Maya civilization had a deep connection to the land, and periods of severe drought could have disrupted their agricultural systems, leading to famine and social upheaval. Others believe that internal conflict or external invasions may have contributed to the city's downfall. Whatever the cause, the abandonment of Chichen Itza left the city to decay and be reclaimed by the jungle, its secrets buried beneath the vines and roots. However, even after centuries of abandonment, the ruins of Chichen Itza remain one of the most impressive and enigmatic sights in the world. The sheer scale of the city and the sophistication of its design continue to amaze archaeologists and visitors alike. It is a reminder of a civilization that, despite its eventual decline, was capable of achieving remarkable feats of architecture, mathematics, and astronomy. The fact that the Maya were able to build such an advanced city without the use of modern tools and technologies only adds to the sense of awe and wonder that surrounds Chichen Itza. What makes the story of Chichen Itza particularly compelling is the fact that it was not just a city built by the Maya for the Maya. It was a city that reflected the intersection of culture, religion, science, and power. It was a city that embodied the Maya's understanding of the universe, their connection to the land, and their belief in the cyclical nature of time. The Pyramid of Kukulkan, with its astronomical alignments and symbolic significance, serves as a powerful reminder of the Maya's intellectual and spiritual achievements. It is a testament to their ability to design structures that reflected the forces of nature, while also serving as a place for worship, knowledge, and political power. In the centuries since the decline of Chichen Itza, much of the knowledge of the Maya civilization has been lost. But through the ruins of Chichen Itza, much of that knowledge has survived. The city stands as a reminder of the Mayas' ability to understand and manipulate their environment, and to use that knowledge to create a society that was both intellectually advanced and spiritually profound. The mysteries of Chichen Itza may never be fully understood, but the site continues to captivate those who seek to unravel its secrets. The Pyramid of Kukulkan, with its celestial alignments, intricate design, and connection to the gods, remains a symbol of the Mayas' remarkable legacy, a legacy that continues to inspire awe and wonder to this day. In the heart of the Peruvian Andes, high above the Urubamba River, sits a mysterious stone structure that has intrigued explorers, archaeologists, and scholars for centuries. This place, known as Ollantaytambo, is a blend of natural beauty and ancient engineering, a site that holds both spiritual significance and architectural ingenuity. Situated in the sacred valley of the Incas, Ollantaytambo was not just a ceremonial center, it was also a strategic military stronghold and a thriving urban settlement. But despite its prominence in Incan history, the full extent of its construction techniques, purpose, and the people who built it remains a riddle, one that modern science has yet to fully explain. Ollantaytambo's greatest feature is its stunning array of massive, precisely cut stones, some of which weigh several tons. These stones are arranged in terraced walls that climb up the steep slopes of a mountain, providing breathtaking views of the valley below. The site's primary structure, the Temple Hill, consists of several large terraces, each one carefully constructed with these enormous stones. The sheer scale of the effort required to cut, transport, and fit these stones together suggests an advanced understanding of both engineering and logistics. But how the Incas achieved such precision with the tools available to them remains an open question. The stones, which fit so tightly that not even a razor blade can slip between them, demonstrate an advanced understanding of geometry and construction techniques that is almost incomprehensible, especially given that the Incas had no use of the wheel or metal tools. One of the most puzzling aspects of Ollantaytambo is the question of how these massive stones were transported to the site. The quarries from which they were sourced are located miles away, often across rough, mountainous terrain. Some of the stones are so large that it seems impossible they could have been moved by the methods traditionally associated with Inca construction, ropes, sledges, and human labor. Yet, the presence of these massive blocks at Ollantaytambo suggests that the Inca were able to move stones of this size with remarkable efficiency. Modern engineers have attempted to recreate the Incas' methods, but no definitive answer has emerged. Was there a hidden technology at play, one that has been lost to time? Or were the Inca simply more skilled than we give them credit for, finding ingenious ways to move and manipulate these stones? The purpose of Ollantaytambo itself remains a mystery. Some scholars argue that it was a religious center, dedicated to the worship of the Inca gods. The site is aligned with several important astronomical events, such as the solstices, suggesting that the Incas may have used the site for religious ceremonies linked to celestial cycles. Others believe Ollantaytambo was primarily a military fortress, built to defend the sacred valley from potential invaders. The site's strategic location, perched on a mountainside with commanding views of the valley below, would have made it an ideal location for a stronghold. Furthermore, the presence of extensive agricultural terraces and water management systems suggests that the site may have also functioned as a self-sustaining settlement, capable of supporting a large population in times of war. However, the most tantalizing theory about Ollantaytambo concerns its connection to the lost knowledge of ancient civilizations. Some researchers suggest that the site may have been constructed with the assistance of advanced knowledge or techniques that have been lost to history. The precision of the stonework, the alignment of the site with celestial events, and the sheer scale of the project point to a level of expertise that seems to exceed what was thought possible for the Inca, who did not have access to modern tools or technology. This has led to speculation that the Inca may have inherited their advanced knowledge from an earlier civilization, one that possessed technologies and wisdom far beyond what is currently understood. This theory is further supported by the presence of similar stonework at other ancient sites around the world, such as those found in Egypt, the Near East, and even Mesoamerica. Some researchers believe that these civilizations, separated by vast distances, may have shared knowledge of advanced construction techniques. The similarities between Incan stonework and the construction methods used by these other cultures are striking, and the idea that there may have been a global exchange of knowledge in antiquity is a provocative one. Could it be that the Inca were part of a much larger, forgotten network of ancient civilizations, one that spanned the globe and possessed knowledge that has been lost to time? While such theories remain speculative, they are not without merit. The sheer scale and precision of Ollantaytambo's construction suggest that the Inca were capable of far more than we have traditionally given them credit for. Their ability to move massive stones, build complex terraces, and align their structures with celestial events speaks to a level of knowledge and sophistication that defies conventional explanations. And yet, despite the many advances in archaeology and engineering, modern science has been unable to replicate the techniques used by the Inca at Ollantaytambo. This has led some to question whether the Inca were truly the authors of their own achievements or whether they were the inheritors of knowledge from an even older, more advanced civilization. Ollantaytambo is also a reminder of the fragility of history. Over the centuries, the site has been subjected to natural disasters, human interference, and the passage of time. Many of the original structures have been damaged or destroyed, and much of the knowledge surrounding the site has been lost. The Inca did not leave behind written records, and much of their history was passed down through oral traditions that were decimated by the Spanish conquest. As a result, much of what is known about Ollantaytambo and other Inca sites is pieced together through archaeological excavation, oral histories, and the accounts of early Spanish explorers. Despite these challenges, Ollantaytambo continues to captivate visitors from around the world. The site's breathtaking beauty, its intricate stonework, and its enigmatic purpose make it one of the most compelling destinations in the Andes. Visitors come to Ollantaytambo not just to admire the ruins, but to experience the mystery and the sense of awe that still surrounds the site. There is something profoundly moving about standing among the massive stones, feeling the weight of history and the pull of the unknown. Ollantaytambo is a place that stirs the imagination and invites questions that may never be fully answered. As with many other ancient sites, the question of how Ollantaytambo was constructed, who built it, and why it was created remains elusive. Was it simply a military stronghold, a ceremonial center, or something much more profound? Was it a symbol of Incan power and spirituality, or was it a remnant of an earlier civilization with knowledge that has been forgotten by time? The mystery of Ollantaytambo is one that will likely remain unsolved for generations to come, but that is part of its enduring appeal. The more we uncover, the more questions arise, and the more we are drawn into the enigma that surrounds this incredible site. In the end, Ollantaytambo stands as a testament to the ingenuity, mystery, and complexity of ancient civilizations. The precision of its construction, the strategic location of its terraces, and the connection to the natural and celestial world all point to a culture that possessed a deep understanding of the world around them. While the full story of Ollantaytambo may never be told, the site continues to inspire awe and wonder, inviting all who visit to ponder the secrets it holds and the knowledge it might still have to offer. As the stones of Ollantaytambo silently watch over the sacred valley, they remind us that there is much more to our past than meets the eye, and that some mysteries, no matter how elusive, are worth seeking. High on the rugged cliffs of eastern Turkey, in the remote Anatolian region, stands a site that has intrigued and baffled archaeologists, historians, and explorers alike. Göbekli Tepe, an archaeological wonder older than Stonehenge and the pyramids of Giza, is a monumental testament to the capabilities of early human societies, one that challenges everything we thought we knew about prehistoric man. Its very existence forces a fundamental rethinking of early human civilization, and the mystery of its purpose, construction, and creators remains unsolved, even as the site continues to yield astonishing discoveries. Göbekli Tepe consists of large, circular, and rectangular enclosures, most of which were originally built with massive stone pillars that are adorned with intricate carvings of animals, symbols, and abstract patterns. The site's most striking feature is the scale of the construction. Stones weighing several tons were quarried, carved, and arranged into these massive, often complex structures. The craftsmanship involved in the creation of these pillars defies all conventional wisdom about early human abilities. Traditionally, it was believed that such monumental architecture could only be constructed after the advent of agriculture and settled societies, when human populations could begin to support specialized labor. Yet, Göbekli Tepe was built during the Epipaleolithic, a period long before the advent of farming. The site's age, estimated to be around 11,000 to 12,000 years old, challenges the very foundation of our understanding of prehistoric human culture. The builders of Göbekli Tepe were likely hunter-gatherers, a people who had not yet adopted the settled agricultural lifestyle that would later define human civilization. They lived in small, mobile groups, hunting wild animals and gathering plants for sustenance. Yet, somehow, these seemingly primitive peoples managed to construct one of the most advanced and intricate monuments the world has ever seen. This paradox raises immediate questions. How did a society without the tools, organization, or agricultural surplus needed to build such a site manage to pull off such a feat? What motivated them to do so? What kind of knowledge did they possess, and how was it passed down? To fully grasp the mystery of Göbekli Tepe, it's important to understand the sheer scale of the construction. The main enclosures at Göbekli Tepe feature massive stone pillars, some as high as 16 feet tall, each weighing several tons. These pillars are not simply placed in the ground but are carefully positioned to create a vast network of interconnected spaces. The pillars are arranged in circular formations, and many of them are decorated with intricate carvings of animals such as lions, boars, snakes, and vultures, along with geometric patterns. The art on these pillars is not merely decorative, it is thought to carry symbolic meaning, possibly relating to hunting, fertility, and the natural world. The arrangement of these stones is also deliberate, with each pillar facing a specific direction, often aligned with the cardinal points or celestial events. What makes this site even more perplexing is that the builders of Göbekli Tepe were not only carving massive stones and creating monumental structures, but they were also doing so with an advanced understanding of engineering and architecture. The precision with which these stones were carved and fitted together is astonishing. There are no mortar or binding materials used, each stone was carefully shaped to fit perfectly with the others. The fact that the site has survived for thousands of years without collapsing or disintegrating further suggests that the builders had an extraordinary understanding of the materials they were working with, as well as the forces that could affect the stability of their structures. Despite the impressive engineering and craftsmanship, the real mystery of Göbekli Tepe lies in its purpose. The site's function remains elusive, and various theories have been proposed to explain why such a monumental structure would have been built by a group of people who, by all conventional accounts, were still in the early stages of human development. The most widely accepted theory is that Göbekli Tepe was a religious or ceremonial center. The intricacy of the carvings and the large, circular enclosures suggest that the site may have been a place for ritual activities, possibly associated with the worship of gods or spirits linked to the natural world. The large number of animal carvings could indicate that the site was a center for animal worship, or perhaps the animals represented symbolic representations of various aspects of the human experience, such as power, fertility, or survival. The fact that Göbekli Tepe was built during a period when human societies were still primarily focused on hunting and gathering presents a mystery in itself. Why would a group of hunter-gatherers, who lived in relatively small, mobile communities, invest so much time and effort into creating a massive, permanent structure? The scale of the construction would have required a large organized workforce, and the project would have taken years, if not decades, to complete. The builders of Göbekli Tepe had to possess advanced social organization, labor management, and engineering skills, traits typically associated with settled, agricultural societies, not nomadic tribes. Another theory suggests that Göbekli Tepe may have been a site of astronomical significance. The layout of the enclosures, as well as the orientation of the pillars, suggests that the site was designed with careful attention to the movement of the stars, the moon, and the sun. Some researchers believe that the carvings and arrangements may have served as a form of early calendar, used to track the changing seasons and lunar cycles. This could have been essential for the survival of hunter-gatherer groups, who would have needed to track the migration patterns of animals, the flowering of plants, and other natural events. It is also possible that the site was used for celestial observation or as a form of ritualized astrology, which was common in many ancient cultures. Regardless of its intended purpose, the construction of Göbekli Tepe itself raises profound questions about the capabilities of early humans. The sheer scale of the site, the advanced engineering involved, and the degree of social organization required suggest that the builders of Göbekli Tepe were far more advanced than we have traditionally believed. How could a society that lacked agriculture, metal tools, and written language construct such a monumental site? Could it be that the builders of Göbekli Tepe were privy to knowledge or technologies that have been lost to time? Some theorists have even proposed the possibility that Göbekli Tepe was built by a lost, advanced civilization that predates all known human history. These ideas, while speculative, reflect the awe and mystery that the site inspires. As if the site itself were not mysterious enough, there is the matter of its sudden abandonment. Around 8000 BCE, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried, its massive stones covered with dirt and debris. The reasons for this abandonment are still unknown, but the burial of the site is seen as a deliberate act, one that has left the site remarkably well preserved. Some researchers believe that the burial was a form of ritual, perhaps to seal the site as a sacred place, while others speculate that the site may have been abandoned due to environmental changes, such as a shift in climate or the depletion of resources. Whatever the cause, the fact that the site was buried rather than destroyed has allowed for an exceptional level of preservation, and much of the site remains intact for modern archaeologists to study. One of the most intriguing aspects of Göbekli Tepe is that it has been largely untouched by modern development. Located in a remote part of Turkey, the site has not been subjected to the same kind of damage and destruction that other ancient monuments have endured. As a result, it remains one of the most significant and mysterious archaeological sites in the world. It is a site that continues to yield new discoveries, each one adding a new layer to the story of its creation and purpose. In recent years, the discoveries at Göbekli Tepe have had a profound impact on the way we understand the development of human civilization. The site forces us to reconsider the traditional narrative of human history, which has long posited that complex societies and monumental architecture were the result of the advent of agriculture and settled life. Göbekli Tepe suggests that early humans may have had a far more sophisticated understanding of the world than we previously imagined, and that the roots of human civilization may stretch back much further than we thought. As the mystery of Göbekli Tepe continues to unfold, it reminds us that there is still much about our ancient past that remains hidden. The site stands as a monument to the ingenuity and creativity of our ancestors, and its secrets continue to inspire researchers and explorers from around the world. What was the true purpose of Göbekli Tepe? Who were its builders, and what knowledge did they possess? These are questions that may never be fully answered, but the quest to uncover the truth continues, and with each new discovery, we move one step closer to understanding the enigmatic origins of human civilization. Deep in the heart of the Gobi Desert in Mongolia, hidden beneath layers of shifting sand and forgotten for millennia, lies one of the most extraordinary archaeological sites ever discovered. This site, known as the Cave of the Thousand Buddhas or more commonly, the Bingling Sea Grottos, is an ancient complex of caves and temples carved into the cliffs of the Yellow River Valley. Its significance stretches far beyond its artistic and religious value. It has been a focal point for historians and archaeologists who have long been puzzled by its origins, construction methods, and the extent of its cultural impact on the region. The Bingling Sea Grottos are part of an ancient network of Buddhist cave temples scattered across China, and like other sites of this nature, they tell the story of a time when Buddhism was spreading rapidly across the Asian continent. However, what sets Binglingsi apart from other similar temples is its sheer remoteness and the incredible scale of the construction. The caves, carved into the cliffs along the banks of the Yellow River, contain hundreds of statues, frescoes, and religious relics, many of which are astonishingly well preserved. Some of these statues, which range from small, intricate carvings to colossal, towering figures, stand as a testament to the skill and devotion of the Buddhist artisans who created them, while others hint at a long-lost civilization that no longer exists in any known form. The Binglingsi grottos are often described as a hidden gem of ancient China, and for good reason. Not only are the caves located in an isolated and difficult-to-reach part of the country, but they are also surrounded by myths and legends that only serve to deepen the intrigue. Local folklore suggests that the caves were once home to a secretive order of monks who possessed mystical knowledge about the stars, the earth, and the hidden forces of nature. These monks are said to have used the caves as a place of meditation, prayer, and astronomical observation, aligning their sacred rituals with the celestial movements of the sun, moon, and stars. Could it be that the monks who lived here had access to ancient, esoteric knowledge that was lost over time? Was the site built as a center of astronomical study, or was it purely a religious temple dedicated to the worship of Buddha and the enlightenment of those who sought his teachings? The construction of the Binglingsi grottos is a remarkable achievement in itself. The fact that these temples and caves were carved directly into the cliffside is no small feat, and yet the detail and precision of the craftsmanship suggest a sophisticated understanding of architecture, art, and the natural environment. The caves are not merely hollowed-out spaces in the rock, they are fully realized temples, complete with intricate carvings, statues, and murals that cover every available surface. The scale of the grottos varies dramatically, with some caves containing small, intimate shrines, while others house towering Buddha statues that reach heights of up to 30 feet. The largest of these statues, depicting a seated Buddha, dominates the interior of one of the caves, exuding a sense of awe and reverence that is felt even by modern visitors. The murals that cover the walls of the caves are equally breathtaking, offering glimpses into the spiritual and artistic life of the people who created them. The paintings, which span centuries of Buddhist art, feature scenes from the life of the Buddha, as well as depictions of gods, mythical creatures, and historical events. These paintings provide important insight into the cultural and religious landscape of ancient China, revealing the ways in which Buddhism was adapted to local traditions and beliefs. The Buddhist iconography found in the Binglingsi grottos is a fusion of styles from various regions of Asia, including Indian, Central Asian, and Chinese influences. This blending of cultures speaks to the far-reaching impact of Buddhism as it spread along the Silk Road, and it also highlights the importance of the Gobi Desert as a crossroads for trade, travel, and the exchange of ideas. The fact that the Binglingsi grottos have been largely untouched by modern development is one of the reasons why they remain so mysterious and awe-inspiring. While many of China's ancient temples and religious sites have been subjected to reconstruction, restoration, or even destruction over the centuries, Binglingsi has remained relatively intact. The site's remote location in the desert, coupled with the harsh environmental conditions, has helped preserve its intricate carvings and paintings, allowing archaeologists and historians to study it with minimal interference. However, the isolation of the site has also contributed to the mystery surrounding its origins and purpose. Despite decades of research, many of the most important questions about the Binglingsi grottos remain unanswered. One of the biggest mysteries is the exact date of the construction of the site. While it is widely accepted that the caves were carved over several centuries, from the 4th to the 8th century, the precise timeline of their construction is still debated. The earliest caves are believed to have been carved during the Northern Wei dynasty, 386 to 534 CE, but the majority of the carvings and statues were created during the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, a period of great cultural and artistic flourishing in China. The fact that the site was continuously developed over several centuries suggests that it may have been an important center of Buddhist worship and study for many generations. However, the lack of written records from the time means that much of the site's history remains speculative. Adding to the mystery of Bingling Sea is the question of how the builders were able to create such a vast and intricate complex in the harsh conditions of the desert. The Gobi Desert is known for its extreme temperatures, with scorching hot summers and freezing cold winters. The area is also subject to frequent dust storms, making it an inhospitable place for human settlement. Yet, despite these challenges, the monks who constructed the Bingling Sea grottos managed to carve out an entire network of caves and temples, many of which are adorned with stunning artwork and religious relics. How did they manage to transport the materials necessary for such a grand project? Where did the knowledge and expertise to create such a complex structure come from? Some researchers speculate that the site may have been built with the help of advanced construction techniques that have been lost to time, possibly even knowledge passed down from earlier civilizations or distant lands. The idea that the monks who built the site had access to esoteric knowledge, be it in the form of architectural secrets or cosmic wisdom, has fueled many theories about the true purpose of the Bingling Sea grottos. Another mystery surrounding the site is the fate of the monks who once lived and worked in the caves. According to historical accounts, the caves were home to a thriving community of Buddhist monks who used the site for meditation, prayer, and teaching. However, over time, the site fell into disuse and the monks disappeared. The reasons for the decline of the Buddhist community at Bingling Sea are unclear, but some believe that it may have been linked to political or religious changes in the region. As Buddhism was increasingly replaced by other belief systems, particularly during the rise of Confucianism and Taoism, many of the ancient Buddhist centers, including Bingling Sea, were abandoned. Others suggest that the decline may have been due to external threats, such as invasions or attacks by neighboring peoples. Despite these challenges, Bingling Sea continues to be a place of great spiritual significance. For centuries, the site has attracted pilgrims and travelers from across Asia, who come to pay homage to the Buddha and seek enlightenment in the sacred space. Today, the grottos stand as a reminder of the deep cultural and religious heritage of ancient China, and they continue to inspire awe and wonder in those who visit. The site's mystery has only grown over the years, with new discoveries still being made and new questions arising about its origins and purpose. The Bingling Sea grottos stand as a symbol of the complexity and endurance of human culture, a monument to the ingenuity and spirituality of a long-lost civilization. Though we may never fully understand the secrets of this ancient site, its beauty and significance are undeniable. The Gobi Desert may have buried the site for centuries, but it is now rising to the surface, revealing its mysteries and inviting us to delve deeper into the lost worlds of our past. In many ways, the Bingling Sea grottos are a gateway to a time when art, architecture, and religion were woven together in ways that transcended the ordinary, and they remind us that the quest for knowledge and understanding is as timeless as the desert itself. High in the Andes Mountains of Peru, nestled amid the rugged peaks that stretch across South America, lies one of the most enigmatic and awe-inspiring ancient sites in the world. This site, known as Machu Picchu, is more than just a breathtaking archaeological wonder. Its location, construction, and mystery have captivated generations of explorers, historians, and archaeologists. Hidden for centuries, the lost city of the Incas, as it is often called, was never truly lost in the traditional sense. Rather, its discovery by the outside world in 1911 revealed the incredible scale of its existence, sending ripples through the study of ancient civilizations. Machu Picchu sits at an altitude of over 7,900 feet, 2,430 meters, surrounded by steep cliffs and dense jungle. The dramatic setting of the site, perched above the cloud forest, makes it one of the most photographed and admired destinations in the world. Yet, despite its fame, the true purpose of Machu Picchu remains shrouded in mystery. While it is widely acknowledged as an Inca citadel, its precise function and the methods used to construct it continue to baffle experts. What is most remarkable about the site, however, is not just its stunning beauty or its architectural ingenuity, but the fact that it was built during a time when technology and tools were far more primitive than what we are used to today. Machu Picchu was constructed in the 15th century during the reign of the Inca Emperor Pachacuti, but the mystery of its creation and use persists to this day. The Inca civilization, though highly advanced in many areas such as agriculture, engineering, and astronomy, did not have the wheel, metal tools, or written language. The fact that they were able to build such a complex and expansive city with nothing more than basic tools and raw materials is a remarkable testament to their skill, but it also raises critical questions. How did the Incas manage to transport the massive stones, some weighing over 50 tons, to such a remote and difficult location? How did they manage to carve and fit these stones together with such precision, without the use of mortar, leaving no gaps between them? One of the most striking aspects of Machu Picchu is the method of construction known as ashlar masonry, which involves cutting the stones to fit perfectly without the use of mortar. This technique allowed the stones to interlock tightly, creating structures that have withstood earthquakes and centuries of weathering without collapsing. Modern engineers and architects have studied the stones at Machu Picchu and found that the Incas had an exceptional understanding of geometry and engineering. They were able to create precise cuts and shapes, ensuring that each stone fit perfectly with its neighbors, forming walls that were not only functional but also visually stunning. The durability and strength of these structures have prompted some researchers to wonder if the Incas possessed knowledge of advanced building techniques that have been lost to time. Beyond the impressive architecture, the layout and organization of Machu Picchu offer further evidence of the Incas' advanced understanding of the natural world. The city is organized with remarkable precision, with buildings aligned to cardinal directions and positioned in harmony with the surrounding mountains and valleys. The layout of the site is also aligned with the stars, specifically with the Andean constellations that played a significant role in Inca religion and astronomy. It is believed that the site was constructed not only for practical purposes but also as a sacred place, where the Incas could connect with their gods, align their rituals with celestial events, and draw power from the natural world. The mystery of Machu Picchu deepens when one considers its purpose. While it is generally accepted that the site was built as a royal estate for Pachacuti, some experts believe that its function may have been far more complex. Some argue that Machu Picchu was not just a palace or retreat, but a ceremonial center, a place where the Inca could perform religious rituals and astronomical observations. The presence of multiple temples, including the Temple of the Sun, as well as a variety of altars and sacred spaces, suggests that Machu Picchu had great spiritual significance. The alignment of the site with the solstices and other celestial events also points to the possibility that it was used for astronomical purposes, to track the movements of the stars, sun, and moon, and to mark important dates on the Inca calendar. The Temple of the Sun, one of the most iconic structures at Machu Picchu, is a prime example of the Incas' understanding of solar events. This small but powerful temple was built on a natural rock outcrop, with windows positioned to capture the first rays of sunlight during the winter solstice. This alignment is not coincidental, it demonstrates the deep connection between the Inca and the cosmos, as well as their ability to harness the power of the sun in their rituals and daily life. The Incas believed that the sun was a god, and its power was critical to the prosperity of their civilization. This connection between the sun and the sacred architecture of Machu Picchu reveals the site's function as more than just a royal estate, it was a powerful center for religious and astronomical practices. But the most compelling question surrounding Machu Picchu is the reason for its abandonment. Despite its grand scale and significance, the site was abandoned by the Inca long before the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors in the 16th century. Some researchers speculate that Machu Picchu was abandoned due to the rapid expansion of the Inca Empire, which may have stretched their resources too thin. Others suggest that the site may have been intentionally hidden either to protect it from the Spanish invaders or to preserve its sacred nature. The fact that Machu Picchu was never discovered by the Spanish speaks to the site's remote location and its intentional seclusion. The idea that the Incas may have intentionally chosen to abandon such an important site only adds to its mystique. Over the centuries, the jungle slowly reclaimed the city, and it remained hidden from the outside world until its rediscovery by American explorer Hiram Bingham in 1911. Bingham's expeditions to the site revealed the impressive scale of the city and sparked renewed interest in Inca history and culture. However, despite Bingham's discoveries, many questions about Machu Picchu remain unanswered. While modern archaeologists have made significant strides in understanding the site's construction and purpose, the true intentions behind its creation and abandonment continue to elude us. Was it a royal retreat, a ceremonial center, or a place of astronomical significance? Was it built to honor the gods, to observe celestial events, or to consolidate Incan power in the region? Each of these possibilities offers a tantalizing glimpse into the history of this incredible site, but none provide a definitive answer. In the decades following its rediscovery, Machu Picchu has become a symbol of the ancient Inca Empire and a powerful reminder of the lost knowledge and cultural achievements of this once great civilization. The site draws millions of visitors each year, who come to witness the grandeur of the city, to walk in the footsteps of the Incas, and to experience the breathtaking beauty of the surrounding mountains and valleys. But even as it attracts tourists from around the world, Machu Picchu continues to guard its secrets, offering only glimpses into a distant past. What makes Machu Picchu so extraordinary is not just its architectural marvel or its stunning location, but the fact that it represents a society whose knowledge and achievements are still being uncovered. The Incas were master builders, astronomers, and engineers, capable of creating structures that have withstood the test of time. Yet, despite their accomplishments, much of their civilization remains a mystery. The fact that Machu Picchu remains largely intact, standing as a monument to Incan ingenuity and spirituality, suggests that there is still much to learn from the past. The mystery of Machu Picchu may never be fully solved, and perhaps that is part of its allure. Its grandeur, its precision, and its mysticism all serve as a reminder that the past is full of untold stories and forgotten knowledge. In the mountains of Peru, amid the clouds and the mist, Machu Picchu stands as a symbol of a civilization that was both advanced and enigmatic, a civilization that continues to inspire wonder and curiosity.